Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 21. Ulquiorra. The God's Plan. In the depths of Garganta, a path made of reishi shone bright like a diamond, illuminating the darkness of the precipice world and also a face of a lone Shinigami, who rushed through the space like there was no tomorrow. The glow of the path beneath his feet revealed his face, twisted in trepidation and anxiety. Clearly, the man was hurrying as much as he could without falling prey to the turbulences of reishi all around him. His short, orange hair was forced to bend backwards from the sheer pressure of the air, a token of his speed. The inside of his mind was blank. Aside from the multitude of emotions flowing within his system, he wasn't thinking anything. He was just pushing forward. Finally, an end was in his sight and he jumped through the gate to find himself in the middle of an unfamiliar street. Must have messed up while creating a Garganta in a hurry, he noted in frustration. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his senses and tried to locate Ulquiorra. There, and he's not alone, Dad. His face went blank as soon as he sensed the unmistakable spiritual signature of his father in the vicinity of the shopkeeper. The notion of the two of them being together made his blood chill. With no time to spare, he turned to the right direction and flashed away. As soon as he landed he noticed two things. 1. The area around the shop looked quite demolished. It was quite fortunate there wasn't much people living there. 2. Ulquiorra was staring right at him with a serious expression. That always meant something was wrong. A swift dash inside and Ichigo found his father sitting on the ground in his Shinigami attire, looking over Tessai as the stoic man scanned two motionless teens. What? Ichigo almost choked on his own tongue and gritted his teeth. Seeing the lacerations and bruises on his two friends, Orihime and Chad, it took all of his will not to burst through the doors and leap into the Soul Society and destroy the whole Quincy army himself. What happened? He asked in a forcibly calm tone. Ulquiorra, who cautiously peeked over his shoulder from behind, tapped him on the shoulder and motioned him to walk further into the room. Only then the shopkeeper started with an explanation. As you probably deduced from the way the outside of the shop looks like, we've been attacked. Specifically, by a small force consisting of a Quincy and some hollows. When I'm saying we, I mean me and Tessai. We won, but during the fight, a single Sero flew towards the area in which Inoue-san and Sato-kun live. The following explosion made me worry about their well-being, so me and Tessai quickly got there, but there were already two people trying to pry them out of the rubble. He trailed off and expectantly glanced at Isshin, who opened his mouth, but before he could continue in Ulquiorra's stead, another voice cut in. They have been unconscious long before the Sero even hit the area. Ryu. Ichigo stared at the boy who came inside through a different door, his torso wrapped in a set of bandages. The Quincy just nodded and, with a suppressed grunt, leaned on the door frame. While Ulquiorra-san and Tessai-san fought here, me and my father fought our own battle with Ivach. The man had the audacity to stand in front of us and ask us to join his army. Obviously, we refused, he said with closed eyes and continued after a sigh. That didn't bode well with him and so we fought. He opened his eyes and stared at Ichigo with a conflicted expression. Ichigo, he said and ignored the surprised look from Isshin and Ulquiorra. He's strong. Ivach, I have witnessed power of many supernatural beings so far, Hollows, Arankar, Gote 13 captains and you. That man, he's really strong, bordering on a monster-like power levels, and something tells me I didn't see his full strength. I mean a flash of pain flew through Yuryu's eyes and he averted his stare. It seems that Rukin sacrificed himself and let Ivach kidnap him in exchange for his son's life. Isshin suddenly said, finishing Yuryu's sentence. Damn, Ichigo quietly cursed. Ryu raised his head. I thought that was it, but the bastard didn't have enough. After my father agreed to go with him, I, of course, followed them. Ivach, he went to where Inoue-san and Sato-kun lives and called them out. It goes without saying that the two fools tried to attack him, and when they did, it seemed that Ryu really went through enough shit that day as he was unable to finish another of his thoughts. Ulquiorra took the mantle after him and cleared his throat. Apparently, Ivach somehow absorbed Inoue-san's and Sato-kun's special abilities. At first, I thought he did it with Sclevere, but it seems the effects are permanent. As the realization dawned upon Ichigo, he turned his shocked face to his two unconscious friends and, With a grimace, he could not see the hairpin Orihime wore all the time anywhere. You don't mean to tell me. It seems so, Kurosaki-san. They have forever lost their abilities. Urahara said in a grim tone, and the whole room went deadly silent. Only the slowly disintegrating material around Ichigo was the sign that something was happening. The substitute tried as hard as he could, but the wild emotions within his heart were too strong, and his enormous Reiatsu began to eat away the inanimate things in his vicinity. He stood up and left the room for a moment, until he found a way how to cope with all the information. How can that be? He asked right after returning. Honestly, I'm not sure. Kurosaki-san, these two are not motionless because of the injuries they have sustained in the explosion, nor they are simply unconscious. Their abilities weren't just a simple tool for them. They were parts of their soul, and a forced removal like this is not natural. They are in a coma. More ominous words, and Ichigo really hoped he could find a way how to vent himself later. Urahara spotted the increasing scowl on the substitute face, and so he hastily continued. Don't worry though, Kurosaki-san. I'm sure they will be all right. Don't try to sugarcoat it, Urahara-san. I'm not a kid anymore. Ichigo snapped at him, very much aware of the grim possibilities. He turned to his father. I think I sensed Yuzu and Karen. Are they here too? Yeah, I thought it would be best if all of us would stick together. They are in the underground training area together with Jinta and Ururu. Isshin replied and gulped down a glass full of something colorful. Ichigo nodded. He actually wanted to suggest to move his sisters here as soon as he heard from Urahara through the transmitter. Speaking of that message, he glanced back at the quiet shopkeeper. You said something about Uryu wanting to storm the hell. Urahara perked up at hearing those words and motioned the substitute and his Quincy friend to follow him deeper into the shop, leaving Tessai and Isshin with the comatose duo. Urahara spoke up only after they entered a dark room. Yes, I did say that. Despite the fact I considered this idea to be a mistake, I promised Ishida-san to open a gate to hell for him right after you would arrive. It is his decision to make, after all. I just hoped that maybe you could convince him otherwise, but I guess that is out of the question. He pressed a few buttons on a large computer and a beeping noise came out of it. Some time ago, Uryu told me he would be on my side no matter what happens. It works both ways. If he wants to save his father, who am I to try and stop him? There is one thing though, I'm going with him. There weren't any surprised gasps coming from anybody after his statement, but Urahara couldn't hide his smirk. I suspected as much. That's also the reason I stalled Ishida-san for this long. While I hoped you could convince him not to do it, I hoped more that you'd go with him. It would be suicide for him going there alone. With you going along, there is just some chance you can pull this off. However, I have to warn you both of something. The atmosphere around the scientist fell dark and he stared at the duo in full seriousness. Be careful, you two. Hell is nothing like you've ever seen till now. It's not a pleasant dimension, just as the name suggests. If you stay within the basic hell for too long, it will consume you, turn you into the hell servant. A soul slowly dies and withers away while there. The more powerful you are, the more time you have. Kurosaki-san, while you are strong, hell is even more dangerous for you than for your friend. Due to your power's origins, the hollow part of you and within your Zanpakuto might and probably will affect you negatively. Don't lose yourself there, Kurosaki-san. For a minute, Ichigo just gazed at the man with uncertainty in his eyes, but he realized what his words meant. Even though he had long learned to control his Zanpakuto powers, he hadn't forgotten the darkness within it that could swallow him. He swallowed hard. Basic hell? Uryu asked, perplexed. Urahara shifted his eyes from Ichigo to the Quincy and nodded. Indeed. What I mean by basic hell are the 9 layers, circles or levels if want to call them like that. Each circle tries to swallow your soul. The deeper you go, the harder it is to resist just letting go of your life and becoming the servant. Each subsequent circle will appeal on a different side of your soul. You'll probably have to travel across all of them in order to find Rukan-san Muken. The pocket dimension within which the Ivacha's headquarters is located, is situated in the middle of the last layer, the 9th circle of hell. Urahara explained, showing them an intricate plan on the computer screen. Can't you just send us directly into the Muken? Ichigo asked in confusion. Urahara just numbly laughed. I would if I could, Kurosaki-san. But this time, things aren't as simple. Even I can't just simply bypass the hell's security like that. The only person who can directly open a pathway to the Mukan is the Captain Commander. The other possible option of accessing the Mukan is through the underground prison facility in the Serite, under the 1st Division barracks. And even that is under several conditions. Because of that, this is the only viable way. I mean, you could go to Soul Society, but no. The war has already begun and the Gote 13 probably has enough at its hands. You're quite calm despite knowing that, Kurosaki-san. Urahara pointed out in a somber voice. Ichigo just showed him a small smile. Yeah, I believe in them. They can take care of things there by themselves. Right now, I'm needed elsewhere. Urahara nodded to him in acknowledgement. Fine then, prepare you two. Wait a minute, something doesn't quite add up here. Uryu stopped the scientist and the substitute before they could move in either direction. The curious stare from Urahara was met with a slight nod from the Quincy. It's just, I'm not doubting any information you have given us, Urahara-san. However, I think you're not telling us everything. If it was so easy to locate Ivacha's headquarters, I'm having a hard time believing the Captain Commander of the Gote 13 would have just waited for such a long time and wouldn't invade the place with all of his military might. Uryu inquired suspiciously. Despite his mind being filled with anxiety about his father's well-being, he still showed to be the most collected person within the room. An enlightened expression formed on Ichigo's face as he recalled something and joined Uryu in his stare at the scientist. That's right, Urahara-san. I remember you explaining to me that Mukan is a sort of an endless and infinite dark dimension in which it is impossible to orientate. How are we supposed to find anything or anybody after we enter it? The former head of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute shifted under the accusing stares from both young men and took down his beloved hat to cover a part of his face, save for his eyes, from them. Aha, I almost forgot about that. He tried to play it off as one of his quirks, but sensing the heavy atmosphere, he quickly adopted the serious expression. Right. Indeed, the Captain Commander wanted to strike the Ivacha's headquarters as soon as he could, but he was informed of the same thing Kurosaki-san just said. It is impossible to orientate within Mukan. That's a fact. I don't know how Ivacha's army is doing it. However, don't forget the most important part and the reason you're going into the hell in the first place. My father. Uryu replied almost instantly. Exactly. Urahara reached behind the computer and picked up a tiny device with a small screen. It was constantly making a quiet beeping noise until now covered by the beeping of the main computer. I have known Isshin-san and Rukan-san for almost 20 years now. During that time I have collected much information from both of them. Admittedly, Rukan-san had informed me about Ivacha's possible return only in recent years, but that's not the point. It is the fact that he was quite well aware of the chance Ivacha coming after him or after you, his son. Because of that, ever since Aizen's disappearance, I gave him a small transmitter and told him to wear it all the time in case something like this ever happened. He revealed with a small but proud smile. And my father took it. Uryu pushed his glasses up in an attempt to mask his surprise. He didn't want to at first. Called it a useless piece of junk that was created with the sole purpose of me spying on him. Urahara's sweat dropped. He couldn't have believed others trusted him so little when Rukan had told him that. That sounds like him. He changed his mind after I pointed out it's really useless to me as it doesn't really work while he's in the world of the living. The transmitter switches on only after it leaves this dimension, so it would be really impossible for me to spy on him. Apparently satisfied with the explanation, Uryu grabbed the quietly beeping device from the scientist's outstretched palm and thanked him. Following after that, he and Ichigo followed him into another area, where they waited until a small gate of hell forcibly popped into existence, looking as terrifying as the first time Ichigo had seen it. The memory of a large hand with an even larger hand shooting out of it caused him to unconsciously take a step back. Don't worry, this is an unofficial gate. There won't be any hand sticking out for you. Urahara tried to ease the substitute and completely ignored the correction of his own words. After the gates opened and Uryu resolutely walked inside, Ichigo stopped inches before he actually entered the hell and glanced at Urahara. Shady as ever, Urahara-san. Don't think I have missed it. You created the device for tracking Rukan-san because you knew this would happen and you knew this would allow the Gote 13 to locate the Ivacha's headquarters. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether Rukan-san knew about being a scapegoat and decided to go with it or not. Just to let you know, I won't tell this to Ryu." And with his parting words, he jumped inside, the gates of hell immediately closing after him. The scientist watched the energy from the gates slowly vanish into thin air and with his left hand wiped the sweat from his brow that quickly formed during the substitute's speech. With an uneasy feel inside his stomach, he realized his hand was shaking. That glare, he played it off nicely, but he's hungry for blood. He gulped and turned around to stare in the direction two comatose teens were motionlessly lying on the floor. He really needed to make sure they would be all right. And I need to contact the Soul Society. God knows both sides need some information. In the next instant, all of his senses went haywire and he instantly flashed outside of his shop to join Ishin and Tessai in staring at a small garganta with a single person coming out of it. "Urahara Kazuki, I presume. I'm afraid I cannot let you contact the Soul Society and meddle with the affairs of my son." The ancient. For the first time in decades, Urahara felt a tiny pulse of fear entering his being. He faltered and it cost him dearly as he found himself sailing through the air and numerous walls of his shop. Soul Society. Like a raging fire, the oldest member of the Gote 13 sailed through the air of Sarate, his spiritual pressure overwhelming the whole of both armies fighting below. It was time for Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto to join the frail, the conflict boiling under the blanket of a peaceful and calm millennia, the conflict that could and would change the course of the whole world, all of them. It wasn't just fate of the Soul Society at stake. The world of the living, Hueco Mundo, hell, all the other dimensions were balancing on a thin thread between annihilation and peace. Yamamoto was burning with desire to avenge, to kill, to demolish, murder, destruct and obliterate Ivach and every single member of his army, foolishly marching against the peace he had been guarding for a long time. It was true, he accepted the fact that he had gone soft over the years of harmony and prosperity of the Soul Society. But right now, the killer within was coming back. The instincts honed during the harsh centuries pushed his dark desires out. Ryujin Jaka, his loyal Zanpakuto, was only further instigating those emotions. Right now, he was not the frail old man that allowed Shunsui and Jashiro to treat him like a surrogate father or the grandfather that just shook his head in exasperation at Kurosaki Ichigo's name-calling. Right now, he was the firestarter. The blazing inferno of flames hotter than any fire landed amidst a rubble fast and hard, the sheer amount of the power crawling around him creating an impact not unlike an unstable bomb. "It's been nearly 1,000 years, Ivach," he stated in a deadly calm voice to a tall man standing near the edge of a clearing, watching his men purging the filth that called themselves Shinigami. The man slowly turned around and welcomed him with a wide, almost diabolical, grin. "I have come here to annihilate you," Yamamoto continued in a tone so hard, even a hollow would run away from. Taking a step forward, the captain commander casually glanced to all sides and with a disappointed grunt turned his attention back to the man in front of him. "HMPH, I have expected some of your subordinated to come straight at me. They would be fools with a short lifespan, then. They know better than to attack the likes of you, Genryusai Yamamoto." Ivach answered, the grimace of a demon still present on his face. A small twitch of eyebrows was all it took for the leader of Gote 13 to cross the distance between them, the blade of his sword already pushing against the raised forearm of his foe. "It seems you have changed a bit, Ivach. In the past you wouldn't have thought for even a second to sacrifice your underlings just to prove a point," Yamamoto said as a few droplets of blood dripped on the ground. "Don't let your eyes deceive you, Yamamoto Shigekuni. I just simply want to enjoy your annihilation, your humiliation, with my own hands and without any interruptions," Ivach replied and pushed the old captain away. "On the other hand, you've grown old, Yamamoto Shigekuni. 1,000 years ago, you would have already blown me away with your bankai. Or is it that you're afraid I might steal it from you?" He bared his teeth at the man with one of the strongest Zanpakuto in existence. Nonsense. A torrent of fire assaulted Ivach's position but the man was already backing away from it. In a fluid motion, he opened his cloak and reached inside it to take out a sword of his own. It had a black blade with an ornamented hilt. "So you've finally drawn it. It's almost as if you're trying to say you were waiting for me to do it," Ivach retorted and noticed the grin that appeared on Yamamoto's face. "Indeed I was," You said in the past I would have already used my bankai to blow you away. That right now, I'm afraid to use it. You're being too naive, Ivach. It's unbecoming of you, and you're greatly mistaken. The spiritual pressure around the captain's sky rocketed into the height only few could hope to reach, and the flames became hotter, harder to reach. Your blood, your flesh, your sword, your soul, your very bones, it was so I could crush it all to dust. The demonic tone of the commander was only surpassed by the infernal temperature of the fire emerging from his body and sword, only to completely vanish in the next second. Even Ivach was caught unprepared and narrowed his eyes at the charred sword tightly secured in Yamamoto's grip. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. With a daunting glee, the captain of the 1st Division registered the brow, creased in frown, forming on Ivach's face as the man's eyes carefully trailed the blade in his hand as a thin trail of smoke rose from it and disappeared within the breeze of wind. You have seen this bankai 1,000 years ago, haven't you? I wonder, is it same as before? Feigning an innocent question, Yamamoto raised his sword so that it covered half of his face, twisted in a carefully controlled fury. Whether or not it's the same as it was 1,000 years ago, let's test it out on your body, he stated. Ivach's expression slowly cooled down and his eyelids drooped halfway, showing an emotionless and cold gaze filled with meticulously nurtured loathing. Moving backwards, he evaded a horizontal slash aimed at his torso and glanced at the piece of his cloak that got cut, the wheels in his mind already spinning fast. He was not as naive as the commander thought he was. Ivach was well aware just how powerful the old man could be, and just because he couldn't see the power of his Zanpakuto, his keen mind didn't allow him to slow down for even a second. The flames of the sword couldn't have just disappeared without a trace. The picture of a madman blowing a portion of an undefined area with a calculated explosion of flames floating within his mind reminded him to stay alert all the time. A side step later, he observed as the tip of the commander's Zanpakuto hit one of the stones on the ground, and before his unbelieving eyes, a large chunk of ground literally vanished into thin air, leaving only a thin, but concentrated, crater most likely deep dozens of meters. The edge, he stated when the revelation hit him. Correct, Yamamoto replied, and when Ivach evaded even his following slash, he calmly raised his sword and showed it to the man again. Zanka no Tachi, East, Kyokujitsujin. All the flames that I possess are concentrated on my blade's edge. It neither burns nor erupts. Anything it touches is simply eradicated into nothingness. Without a trace. The fake calmness faded away, and in the next instant, he was already next to Ivach, his sword on the move. Even the defense you Quincy possess, the blood, cannot hope to stop it. Ivach's thick mustache moved upwards as his mouth formed a grin. Revealing the mechanics behind your abilities can cost you greatly, Shigekuni Yamamoto. I just need to evade your blade and strike you directly, then. Matching the impressive speed of the captain's movements, Ivach brought his sword up and down, cutting the man in the process. However, when no blood appeared anywhere, he recoiled and took a step back in realization. Cost me greatly, how foolish. Yamamoto almost wanted to laugh as he stood there, unharmed. I can afford to spill my abilities because there is nothing you can do to overcome them. It's that simple, and you weren't listening. I said Zanka no Tachi, East. If there is an East, there will be West. I guess I can't blame you though. I should make it visible to your eyes so you could comprehend what was going on. He said, and enjoyed the overwhelmed expression on Ivach's face as a great cloak of flames, surrounding him from head to toe, slowly became visible to the naked eye. Zanka no Tachi, West, Zanjutsugoki. Its heat reaches 15 million degrees. You cannot even touch me. Now that I have unleashed my bankai, think both of my body and my blade as the embodiment of the sun. Yamamoto explained, and with the blithely serenity took a step forward, moving towards the leader of the Quincy who, for the first time during their fight, didn't look as confident as he did at the beginning. Absurd. Such temperature is impossible to exist in a form of visible flames and sun. Have you gone senile, Shigekuni Yamamoto? If such thing walked on the Earth's surface, it would have turned into nothingness the moment you had activated your bankai. Yamamoto just tilted his head, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Is it fear I sense, Ivach? The leader of Quincy moved his head so that his expression was covered in the shadow his hair was producing and stayed silent for a moment. Well, then, let's end this, Ivach. If this doesn't end soon, then you, myself and the whole of the Soul Society will burn to ash. He took another step forward. What's wrong? Are you just going to stare? Ivach raised his head a bit and stared at the commander with eyes devoid of emotions. If not for the multitude of emotions running through his mind, the old captain's keen sight might have spotted the tint of a hidden laughter behind that emotionless gaze. And so he continued in his mocking, being none the wiser. No, that might have been a bit mean-spirited. With your sword broken, you have no techniques left. It's not that surprising you are unable to move. It's fine if you want to run. I'll just capture and kill you now. He finally cracked a laugh, but the grim expression on his face, filled with the hatred of his dead comrades, made it sound ice cold. Coupled with the almost impossible spiritual pressure pouring out of him, Ivach's skin began to produce sweat that had nothing to do with the actual heat of the air. Hastily, the man reached in his pocket and took out a small device. Soon after that, a large reishi arrow sped from his position towards the captain, only to get stopped with a bare hand. Right, I almost forgot about your Heilig file. Well then, let's go. Yamamoto said after successful blocking the reishi arrow. He jumped in the air, intent to cross the distance between them in one leap. Ivach reacted in an instant and jumped backwards, and as soon as Yamamoto landed on the ground, he took out a second device from his pocket, activated it and plunged it into the ground. 5 trails of reishi glowed brightly and Yamamoto felt something constricting his feet. What is this? Nothing will work against me, he said, not in the least bit frightened. With one hand, Ivach tilted a tube filled with a bright blue, liquid-ish material and let it drip onto the tip of the device embedded in the ground. Don't think that Quincy are limited only to Heilig file in their battles. Spranger. A surge of energy raced across the pentagram-shaped seal, creating a massive, but concentrated explosion within its borders. The bluish torrent of energy swallowed the commander and for a moment, obstructed him from being seen. Ivach watched the scene with cautious frown, which turned into a grimace when he heard Yamamoto's voice from within the torrent of reishi. O corpses, ashes of the dead scattered by my flames, lend me your aid. For a spell, I shall grant you the pleasure of battle once again. Zanka no Tachi, South, Kaka Jumanokushi Daisojin. What happened next easily surpassed even the wildest and darkest of Ivach's expectations of Yamamoto's Bankai. The ground started to shake and from its very depth trail of ashes crawled out, forming the countless masses of rotten and charred corpses, practically skeletons. The most terrifying detail of those skeletons was the fact that they moved. For the love of the non-existent and ever-present God, they moved. This thought filled the empty mind of the leader of the Quincy as he unconsciously took a step backwards, away from the army of the dead. To the ashes of those I have slain thus far, my blade has given them heat and called them forth. The awakened dead become my hands and feet, and chase after those who oppose me, until they become no more than dust. Yamamoto roared. The dissolving energy from the Spranger revealed the captain practically unharmed, his claim of nothing ever working against him apparently more than just a taunt. Ivach's grimace twisted itself into a wide grin as his laughter filled the area. How ironic that the leader of Shinigami can call forth the dead. Quite the disgrace, Shigekuni Yamamoto. Don't think that I could be stopped by the likes of this, he said and leapt forward only to crash into a wall of skeletons that rose in front of him. You're being too talkative and it blinds your eyes. Take a good look, just whose arm you just broke, and just whose skull you shattered, look well upon their faces. As the words echoed through the air and entered Ivach's ears, the Quincy leader narrowed his eyes when the skeletons in front of him suddenly took the form of men clad in Quincy uniforms. When bony arms grabbed him from behind, he turned his head towards them and they too, took the form of more Quincy men. Such shocking truth made him freeze for a moment. How is it? The feeling of being held down by your former subordinates. The commander lowered his gaze and turned around before walking away. You have ventured into the enemy territory with insane amounts of arrogance on your part, but after not even a day of this foolish war, you will fall into the oblivion of being forgotten. You think this will hold me down for long? Come back, Shigekuni Yamamoto. Yamamoto stopped in the middle of a step. Don't make a fuss, I'm just making some distance. If you want to kill me, then come at it. Just bring down your subordinates in front of you first. The emotions boiling under Ivach's skin returned the pulse to his system and he narrowed his eyes again, this time at the distant back of the old captain. I see, this is more like you, Shigekuni Yamamoto. More like the man from 1,000 years ago. Ruthless, merciless and most of the time brutal beyond belief. Slowly turning around to face him directly, Yamamoto didn't react to those words and instead stared at Ivach with piercing gaze. You said I was afraid of releasing my bankai, yet you have not tried to steal it once. Is it because you're trying to show me you can fight me without doing that? Because my instinct is telling me that rather than that, you wouldn't be able to do it, even if you tried. You analyze a bankai's power and by knowing this, you're able to steal it. Am I right? Which is why you have somehow lured Kurosaki Ichigo out of the Soul Society. He acquired his real powers quite recently and there is still room for it to evolve. That is why you're so vigilant against him. I, on the other hand, did not display my real strength even 1,000 years ago and thus you can't steal something you don't know the limits of. It's just simple logic. Yamamoto offered the restrained Quincy a lengthy explanation, trying to further decrease his morale, his will to fight. However, despite everything, despite the course of the fight so far, Ivach didn't panic. His face didn't betray any despair, any anguish. Quite the opposite. His narrowed gaze straightened itself out and became a quite calm expression of someone who was being entertained by a high-level theatrical drama. With a casual flick, he demolished half of the bony wall in front of him, smashing the living skeletons into pieces, not caring for the faces of his dead subordinates in the least bit. I see. That is quite logical, just as you say, Shigekuni Yamamoto. Now, you are obviously burning with desire to slaughter me. Do it. He smoothly encouraged the commander and the tiny glint of laughter appeared in the background of his eyes again. Yet again, the leader of the Gote 13 didn't notice it. Instead, he reacted violently and dashed forward, his blade already in the middle of a vicious slash. Zanka no Tachi, North, Tenchi Kaijin. He said and closed his eyes when a portion of Ivach's body literally disappeared from this world, blown into oblivion. As the remnants of his body fell on the ground, he deactivated his bankai and welcomed the droplets of rain falling on his face, cooling off his skin. It was over. He defeated Ivach. The time of prosperity and peace can return to the Soul Society once again. Yamamoto Genryu Sai, to you I won't say I won't kill you. You are Soul Society's history itself. And you, at least I will finish with my own sword. I remember telling you those words not that long ago. An indescribable emotions clutched the heart of the commander. His pupils dilated, his heart beating faster from the adrenaline entering his veins and his very being trembling from the rage that suddenly exploded within him. He slowly turned around as the body in front of him flickered from the existence. That voice, those words, this cannot be. He turned around just in time to see as the face and the whole imposing figure of the Quincy leader flickered from the existence just like the dead body did, and in his stead, there stood a different enemy. Somebody, whom he thought he wouldn't see so soon. A traitor. The traitor. Aizen Sosuke. Greetings, Captain Commander. Did you enjoy my performance? Maybe it was because of his use of bankai, but the Captain Commander thought his throat was a bit dry as he had to swallow his saliva to regain his ability to speak. The man in front of him just stood there watching him with great amusement playing in his eyes, dressed the same way he had been during the Winter War. From his relaxed posture it was too obvious he was confident in his power. How can this be? The humor still not leaving his gaze, Aizen raised an eyebrow at the question he considered to be redundant. I believed there was nothing confusing about this, but it seems you can't accept the fact that until now, you have been fighting me, not the real leader of the Quincy. It was all but my illusion. The flames, for the last few moments barely licking the ground around the captain, erupted with great strength and scorched everything in his vicinity as his ire began to boil again. Preposterous. You have lost the ability to use your Zanpakuto. It crumbled, turned to dust in front of everyone's eyes. He shouted and gripped his sword. With a wide smile, Aizen raised one finger and put it in front of his own mouth. Shish. Don't shout, Captain Commander. It makes you look weak. I believe I said something like that to Captain Hitsugaya. The finger slid from his face and his smile uncharacteristically turned into a grin. And as far as I remember, I'll say one more thing I used to say in the past. Since when were you under the illusion I couldn't just repair my Zanpakuto? It is, after all, a part of me, my soul. he stated, and the air around his right wrist shimmered and a thin blade of Kyoka Suigetsu came into existence. Aizen, Yamamoto growled and released his bankai once again, despite his heavy breathing. He really was getting too old. Zanka no Tachi. Yes, it'll be very useful for us, for him. I can see the anxiety in your eyes, Captain Commander, and while I'm most likely superior to you almost in everything, this bankai of yours is still practically impossible to fight head-on. It's time to take it away, Aizen said, and used his shunpo to circle around the commander as the Zanpakuto of Annihilation was closing up on him. While doing so, he reached inside his clothes to take out a different device which he plugged into his ear. Yes, everything is in place. Begin with the phase 2. He said, and watched the commander spin around. It is very distasteful to rely on others, but if it allows me, well, you probably aren't interested in my little backstory, are you, Captain Commander? As a bright light exploded in the distance, at the Sokyoku Hill, Aizen smiled again. This time, it was the smuggest smile the old commander had ever seen. What you said about how the Quincy steal the bankai was very amusing. An interesting theory though, a failed one. Sokyoku Hill, yes, His Majesty, everything is going according to the plan. The Sternritter are fighting most of the Shinigami captains. No, we have been unable to ascertain the location of 2 captains, Unohana Retsu and Kuritsuchi Mayuri. Yes, I understand. A certain white-haired Quincy kept one of his hands pressed against his ear, on a device which allowed him to communicate with others. The spiritual energy of his being clearly showed he was not an ordinary Quincy. Jugram Hashwolf, the Grand Master of the Quincy army, was currently talking with the Emperor himself, providing him with necessary information about the progress of the invasion while carefully watching the motionless man in front of him. In a calm voice, he ended the call, and as soon as he lowered his hand, noticed the bead of sweat on the back of his palm. So he successfully baited the commander, he thought, feeling a slight satisfaction at the smooth way things were developing. Aside from that, he also felt the patterns of numerous spiritual beings all over the Sarate. It was time to prepare for the next part of the invasion. With a single thread of spiritual energy, he led the other man forward, until the remnants of the Sokyoku's execution pole, broken by Ichigo's efforts during his mission to save Rukia, came into his sight. The man formed a tiny, fleeting smile that disappeared before it could have been even discovered by the hawk flying over his head and jumped upwards. The thread forced the other man, Muramasa, to jump along with him. Standing on the remnants of the pole, Hashwolf embed small devices on either side of the broken pole and pouring a bit of reishi into them, the gap between the remnants filled itself with a bright light. The Sokyoku's execution pole was once again whole. A moment later, Hashwolf put Muramasa in the center of the pole, the repaired part made from spirit particles shining brightly beneath his feet. Taking a step backwards, the Grand Master of the Quincy army waited. After a few more minutes, the device in his ear beeped and he calmly picked up the call. Is it time? I see. Proceeding with the phase 2 of the plan. He replied and hung up. Narrowing his eyes at the motionless Muramasa, he took a shallow breath. Muramasa, the Zanpakuto of Koga Kuchiki, our small and barely relevant plot device, your help is greatly appreciated. Even if it is not a voluntary one. Faster than the clap of hands, Hashwolf shot small Hylig file into each device on the sides of the pole, causing a bright light to envelop him. He quickly covered his eyes so he could watch as 2 additional threads shoot out from the devices and latched onto Muramasa's hands, keeping him in place. A pulse of energy indicated the start of the sequence, and a torrent of energy shot from the center of the pole and struck the motionless man into his back, causing his face to twist in a silent scream. The second pulse of energy tore his body into 13 pieces that exploded in a scene of fireworks and shot to various places of the Sarate in a speed unmatched by any living being. All over Sarate, a bizarre phenomenon started to occur. It was an event that took the most of the remaining hope within the ranks of Shinigami away from them and replaced it with anxiety, despair. Ryujin Jaka, the captain commander of the Gote 13, paled as his bankai vanished and the flames of his Zanpakuto completely left him. He was left with a simple sword in his hands, and all he could do was to stare at the fiery figure standing in front of him with its back turned to him. Just a moment ago, the commander had been hit with a beam of energy which had caused his Zanpakuto to materialize in front of him, taking all of its power away from its wielder in the process. Moreover, it seemed that the Zanpakuto spirit was in some sort of a trance, as it just stood there, unable to react to its wielder's words. On its left, Aizen Sosuke watched the scene with a mild delight. It was the second time he had the pleasure to rob the commander of his main power, his Ryujin Jaka. He didn't dwell on this feeling for long as the necessity of the following action shook him out of it, and he raised his left hand, which was gripping a medallion-like device, upwards. As the commander moved from his spot to grab his Zanpakuto spirit, it crumbled into raw spiritual particles and vanished from his view. His eyes moved along the trail it left within the air, and he finally spotted the medallion in Aizen's hand. It was now glowing with red light, as if something alive was seemingly kept and stored inside of it. "What have you done?" At the booming but also a little bit broken voice of the commander, Aizen lowered his hands with a smirk. "Like I said, Captain Commander, your theory was good, albeit wrong. The process of stealing the Bankai uses a living entity. Well, now it's a dead entity, as its source of power. We used it to forcibly materialize your Zanpakuto spirit in the real world, where we can interact with it, and after that, using the old Quincy technique of enslaving the Reishi, we steal it. Well, as your Zanpakuto materialized while you were in Bankai, if my Reiatsu is powerful enough, I can use your Bankai techniques too. Thank you for showing them to me, by the way," he explained in an irritatingly taunting tone that caused the commander's blood to boil more than ever. "Aizen Sosuke." The commander roared and flashed across the area to deliver a blow to Aizen's body, forcing the former captain to jump backwards. "So quick to anger. What a shame. If you were Urahara Kazuki, you'd surely ask how I did this, since I'm not a Quincy, but alas, your temper is getting the better of you." Aizen taunted him further, while flashing all over the place, as even after robbing the old captain of his Zanpakuto, he didn't plan on taking any hits from him. He knew firsthand what the man could do even without his sword. A large explosion nearby forced both of them to look away from each other as a tall, muscular body of Kenpachi Zaraki sailed through the air and crashed into a wall next to the commander. Gah! Huge amount of blood flowed from Kenpachi's mouth as he pried himself from the stone. When he realized where he landed, he scoffed. "What the fuck is wrong with you, hussy? If you want to fight me, do it someplace else and not here. I don't want the old fart hogging all of my fun," he yelled at a small figure which was quickly closing on the scene. Yamamoto ignored the insult and looked over the captain of the 11th Division. He was a mess, even by his standards. From the multiple injuries all over his body, it was a miracle he could still move, not to mention, fight. He looked like he had just came from a battle with a dozen bombs exploding in his face. "Sternritter. The explode. What are you doing here?" Aizen turned his head in slight distaste as a slender young girl with long, straight hair landed next to him. "Would it kill you to call me Bambietta-sama at least one?" she replied in a frustrated tone, making the former captain's eyebrow to twitch. "Captain Zaraki, report," Yamamoto quietly said as the large man slowly got up. "TCH, what can I report, old man? That hussy cowardly fights from a distance, and she somehow stole my Zanpakuto spirit, and it was only a few weeks since I got to know the bastard." Hearing that, the commander cursed. "It is as I feared, they can steal the Zanpakuto from anyone, not just from those who had achieved a Bankai. This is bad," he thought grimly as he looked around himself. He had just completely lost his Zanpakuto and along with it a portion of his reserves. He was tired from using his Bankai, and he was against a traitor who was now arguably on his level, and a Quincy girl who must have been quite strong too, if she trashed Kenpachi Zaraki like this. In the past, the commander would just scoff at this, thinking he was way out of those younglings' league, but now, he knew better. He was getting old and even he had his limits. But that didn't mean he was going to just give up. He was the captain commander for a reason, after all. A warrior that had lived through worse situations than this. What he could do, though. He was fairly confident in his durability and he could tank most of the attacks, but he was not immortal, unlike Aizen. Immortality, that was the problem with the current situation. The only way how to stop or restrain the traitor was to bind him with some kind of a seal or a barrier. And Yamamoto, while being the strongest fighter of the Gote 13 and the most versatile warrior, never really tried to attack using defense. His way of doing things was to overpower the enemy until he couldn't resist anymore. Bah, Too much useless thinking. He would do what he could do. Keeping this attitude in mind, he started to build up his spiritual pressure in order to fire a Kido spell while Kenpachi, despite his wounds, ran across the area, towards the enemy duo, intent on executing at least one of them and not caring about anything at all, not even his well-being. Neither of them got too far as Aizen instantly shifted his attention from the, for some reason irritated, Sternritter and onto two Shinigami captains as soon as he felt the buildup in the commander's spiritual energy. It is admirable you're still thinking you can defeat me, Captain Commander, but also, as you've always liked to say, foolish. While the Hogyoku no longer recognizes me as its master, and because of that I'm no longer a transcendental being, thanks to its constant presence within my soul, I'm still stronger than I was the last time we fought during the Winter War. Not to mention, immortal. Anything you do is pointless against me. You don't possess the necessary intelligence to fight me effectively, Captain Commander. He said as the female Quincy next to him threw a rough ball of energy, which exploded shortly after it touched the ground, in the direction of the other captain, halting his movement. His eyes solely focused on the commander's face, Aizen completely ignored the explosion, Kenpachi and the Sternritter as a whole, and continued to talk with a devious smirk. I did tell you the line. To you I won't say I won't kill you. You are Soul Society's history itself. And you, at least I will finish with my own sword, but unfortunately for me and fortunately for you, I find myself unable to comply with it. Nothing would bring me greater satisfaction than seeing you die by my sword, but this, gratification, is reserved for somebody who longed to do it for a much longer time than I did. Ivach is coming for your head, Captain Commander, and there is nothing you or the rest of the Gote 13 can do to stop it. His smirk grew wider when Yamamoto gritted his teeth. The distinct sound of teeth smashing against teeth was loud enough to be heard even through the sounds of a battle happening directly next to them. I won't even bother using my illusions on you, Captain Commander. Right now, you're not even worth it. You can't do nothing to stop the fights around the Sarate. Not even Kurosaki Ichigo, the boy you all hail as your savior. Aizen trailed off, a grimace of displeasure surprisingly showing on his face in the moment he uttered Ichigo's name, which he quickly replaced by his annoying smirk. Can do nothing as well, seeing as he is busy trying to force his way through the hell. What? Yamamoto was unable to stop the words from bursting through his mouth. What had the foolish boy done this time? Amazing, don't you think? How easily manipulated some people are. But do not blame him, Captain Commander. He's not a warrior with hundreds years of experience on the battlefield like you are. He smirked and turned away from the commander, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword as he prepared to strike down Kenpachi. It was not meant to be as a hell gate, same as the ones that brought the Quincy into the Sarate, rose from a dark shadow suddenly appearing in the ground nearby. I see. Well then, it's been fun, Captain Commander. We will meet again. Aizen eyed the gate and turned around to glance at the commander, a gleam of superiority within his eyes. Wait, the commander roared, finally overcoming all the surprises that came crashing down on him during the last few minutes. But he was too late. The gate already swallowed both Aizen and the female Sternritter, leaving the wary and tired commander alone in the area, the only spectator of his rampaging emotions and unconscious Kenpachi, lying in a puddle of his own blood. The old captain was stupefied with this development, and the only thing, eerily floating in his mind, was completely unrelated to his fight with Aizen. How did Zaraki Kenpachi lose so easily? An uncanny, creepy silence unfolded across the Sarate as soon as the last Hellgate vanished. One would argue that such a thing was impossible, that screams of pain, despair or anger would resonate through the large city. One would be wrong. The reason was simple. There was almost nobody who could scream anymore. And the ones who could, had more on their plate than to just do something so useless, futile and above all, pointless. The captain of the 2nd Division was on her knees, cursing her own weakness, her inability to win and her regret at seeing her lieutenant's body splattered across the whole battlefield. The captain of the 3rd Division's eyes were once again slits as he stared at his unconscious lieutenant with an unreadable expression on his face, his willpower suppressing the urge to flee towards the Reiatsu signature that vanished moments ago from the commander's position. The captain of the 4th Division raced across the Sarate, in an attempt to save the most injured warriors and cursing the order she had received from the commander after the Quincy declared a war. The captain of the 5th Division patted his lieutenant on the shoulder and grabbed her when she almost fell on the ground, her stamina completely spent. His eyes finally left the place, where the Hellgate swallowed barely alive body of a Sternritterin. The captain of the 6th Division had no thoughts as his corpse lied on the ground while his lieutenant, bleeding from multiple wounds and lacerations, forcibly closed his opened eyes, tears of anger flowing from his eyes. The captain of the 7th Division motionlessly lied on the rubble from his fight, his consciousness flickering in and out while Iba grimly crawled to him, intent on trying to help him with his injuries. The captain of the 8th Division slowly walked through the destroyed surroundings, lightly limping as he sighed at the sight of a gaping hole in his calf. Despite the deafening silence around him, a wave of relief washed over him when he felt a healthy spiritual signature of his lieutenant and his best friend. The captain of the 9th Division was breathing heavily, trying to ignore the throbbing pain in his leg as he called out to his 2 lieutenants. He didn't stop even after 5 minutes of nobody answering him. The captain of the 10th Division was trying to pry himself out of his lieutenant's hug, feeling the fatigue from the battle hitting him hard. The captain of the 11th Division was being supported by the commander, his hazy mind trying to locate his tiny lieutenant. The captain of the 12th Division was nowhere to be seen. The captain of the 13th Division opened his eyes and a worry struck his heart when the Reiatsu of his lieutenant, located somewhere near him, slowly dropped down to a critical level. The first attack of the Soul Society had ended. Casualties on the side of the Wandenreich, too few. Casualties on the side of the Gote 13, too many. Chapter 22. Raiders of the Lost Dimension turn the tables. Gote 13. One of the strongest military organizations in the world. The primary military branch of Soul Society. An institution sheltering only the most skillful and talented Shinigami from all of the afterlife. A group of warriors keeping the prosperity of the whole place at its highest possible state and a group of fighters which had been keeping a peace for almost 1,000 years. Now, a group of broken people, scrambling through the Serite in attempts to save as many lives as possible. Barely a few dozen minutes had passed since the Quincy invasion had ended. The debris, the remnants of the intense fights, was everywhere. Clouds of dust obscured the full sight on the place, covered in blood of the dead and defeated. Cries of anguish, cries of pain and cries of desperation were filling the air. Many people, many good people, had their lives ended at hands of a party calling itself a holy army. Not just unranked officers were as disarray, though. The highest ranks of the Gote 13 had lost their lives too. Vice Captain of the 2nd Division, Captain of the 6th Division, dead. Vice Captains of the 9th Division, Vice Captain of the 13th Division, former Vice Captain of the Keto Corps, Captain of the 9th Division and Captain of the 11th Division, incapacitated. Vice Captain of the 5th Division, Vice Captain of the 3rd Division, exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. It was a dark day for the main force of Soul Society capable of holding enemy forces from destroying the whole place. Barracks of multiple divisions had been heavily damaged, houses of ordinary people destroyed. Concrete walls had been smashed, frail windows shattered, hearts crushed. Barely anything had escaped the sudden destruction. Not even the main building of the 1st Division, where captains had had their meetings. Because of such a reason, the current, emergency meeting was being held in a single small piece of land, clear of the ever-present rubble. The captain commander had called out to all captains, conscious and unconscious. The latter ones were being treated by an apprehensive-looking Unohana on the spot, as she was making all in her power to bring them back and to keep the rest of them conscious. Even the vice captains were present, bloodied and bruised as they were. A small ray of hope appeared in the commander's eyes when he heard the report of the captain of the 5th Division, who kept glancing at his vice captain, sitting next to him with her eyes closed and most of her Raryoku reserves depleted. "Could you repeat that, Captain Hirako?" Shinji had long lost his constant half-smirk, but now, a small smile formed on his face. "Yeah, sure. We, Vizards, are still in possession of our Zanpakuto spirits. Completely. Quincy were unable to steal them. Not for the lack of trying on their part, mind you." He raised his sword for the remaining captains to see. "As it has happened to all of us, somehow, the Quincy were able to draw out our Zanpakuto spirits and then proceeded to steal them with the use of some of their techniques and seal them into their weird-ass medallions. This plan backfired when used on me, Rose and Kensai. As our souls had undergone hollowification a century ago, courtesy of my dear former Vice Captain Eisen, since then our Zanpakuto spirits had acquired a certain tint, infestation, infection, whatever. The point is, it seems the Quincy can't steal them. They tried but were forced to expel them back from the medallions once blood started to pour out of their mouths. And serves them well, blasted weirdos in completely white suits. Yamamoto sighed in relief and ignored his captain as the man continued to grumble. It seemed not all hope was lost. Captain of the 13th Division joined the conversation. They were not the only one spared. I was too, but that was most likely due to me being unconscious and my Reiatsu being too low. The rest of the captains stared at him until he nervously shifted on his feet, unsure of their gazes. You have to excuse them, Jashiro. They are not used seeing you stand so proudly without going into a coughing fit, and surely not after such injuries. Something must have happened, right? The white-haired captain glanced at Unohana, who was currently treating Komamura. She supportively nodded to him. Clearing his throat, Yukitake smiled. Yes. I have briefly consulted it with Captain Unohana and with Captain Mayuri, but it seems that I'm completely healthy, I mean completely. Even the illness that has been plaguing my body for many centuries is gone. After a series of sharp intakes of breath, a short silence fell upon the meeting. From behind him, and with a wide smile, Hiraku patted Yukitake on his shoulder. That's amazing news, Jashiro. I'm happy for you, he whispered into his friend's ear. Yamamoto was too happy for his former pupil, but the situation was too dire for him to be capable of a smile. He broke the silence with a cough. It seems this the extent of good news, I'm afraid. The bad ones are more severe. We have lost many people. Among them was even our fellow captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Bukuya, and the vice captain of the 2nd Division, Marekio Omaeda. He sighed and allowed another brief silence to fell upon the place. He glanced at Renji and, seeing him covered in bandages and sitting next to an unconscious Rukia angrily trying to hold back the tears of anger, he had to shift his eyes to Sui Feng. She was apparently taking the death of her vice captain pretty well, but on the second glance, the old captain could see the lines of anxiety within her eyes. She was dreading the conversation with her late vice captain's family, mainly his little sister that she quite liked. Yes, a dire situation indeed. They had expected casualties. This was, after all, a war. However, the numbers have greatly exceeded those expectations. More than half of the forces of Gote 13 had been annihilated. Where is Mayuri-kun, actually? Jin asked in an unpleasant voice when he tore his eyes from Unohana treating his barely conscious vice captain. Adding a suffix kun to my name, such an insolence. But, seeing as I'm in a good mood, I will pardon the former traitor. Mayuri's voice came from behind them. When they turned around, all of the captains stared at the man, but mainly, at the 4 figures behind him in shock, aside from Unohana, who just distastefully shook her head. I have finished regrowing the limb of the hybrid fool from the 9th Division. He should be up and punching everything around him in a short while. Silburn, the headquarters of the Wandenreich, Hell Muken. On a floating throne within the massive structure, completely made out of reishi, the emperor of the Quincy army sat with closed eyes, occasionally suppressing an urge to cough blood. Watching him from the right side with a worried look, Hashwolf's mouth disappeared into a thin line. That was an unplanned action, Your Majesty. You shouldn't have taken such a risk, he stated in concern. Ivach swallowed the small amount of blood in his throat and waved his hand. You were letting your soft side control you again, Hashwolf. Don't forget your place during the day. The Grand Master bit his lip and forced himself to bow. Yes, Your Majesty, I apologize. The two of them were silent for a moment and listened only to the sound of their man making a set of preparations in the room below them. His eyes still closed, Ivach opened his mouth. I did not anticipate such a strong residual hollow taint within his soul. That just goes to show how much potential Sato Yasodhara had. I find myself curious that it even erased all the abilities I have absorbed from the girl, Orihime Inoue. Interesting duo of humans. Such a shame they would never fight for our cause. Not without the support of Kurosaki Ichigo. Closing his eyes too, Hashwolf shook his head. If I may, Your Majesty. Go on, Hashwolf. Yes, thank you Your Majesty. From the data we have acquired, I think the phenomenon of Sato Yasotura's energy erasing the abilities you have taken from Orihime Inoue could be explained using Kurosaki Ichigo himself. Ivach slowly opened his eyes and a grin formed on his face. He always liked the theories of his right hand. You had my curiosity but now you have my attention, Hashwolf. Go on. Yes, Sato Yasotura and Orihime Inoue had gained their abilities because of the influence of Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual energy. Both of their souls gave birth to them at the same time. I suspect the abilities of their souls are linked. Given the fact that the powers of Sato Yasotura are mainly offensive, they have reacted to the fact that they, along with the powers of Orihime Inoue, were now within one foreign souls and therefore erased them in fear they would have been misused. The Grand Master explained in a low voice. After a short pause, Ivach replied. You are taking many liberties with the Daiden, Hashwolf. You should have informed me of such a possibility if you suspected it. I apologize, Your Majesty, however, I couldn't have predicted you were going to do such outrageous thing. Ivach stared at his right hand for a long time before his grin widened. Yes, you are a person like that, Hashwolf. Nevertheless, this was not a rash action made without any planning. Robbing Orihime Inoue of her abilities will greatly reduce the capacity of Gote 13 to heal from serious injuries. Moreover, the energy I have gained from both of them are still within me. They are minute but that wasn't the point. I wanted to test myself too. Since I'm in this state, it is obvious my power is still not the same as it has been 1,000 years ago. He gave his Grand Master a long, meaningful stare, causing a pained expression to cross the man's features. I understand, Your Majesty. Consider it done, he said and sharply turned around to walk down the floating staircase before leaving the Emperor alone. He continued going across the room filled with foot soldiers controlling the many machines, along an empty hall, before finally entering a tiny, dark room where two of the Sternritter were on their knees. They have been moderately healed so their consciousness would return. Now, they stared in front of them, knowing what their fate was going to be. Hashwolf briefly closed his eyes. He did not like doing this while the sun was still up. The emotions he felt during this part of the day always made it hard. With a sigh, he drew out his blade. Sternritter N, the Negate, Nadia Wenden and Sternritter, P, the Parasite, Menina's Macallan. I am going to judge the ones who lost. Do you have any last words? While the girl with pink hair remained silent, the older woman opened her mouth. If that's what His Majesty orders then I have no reason to argue. Just make sure to do this properly. I see, Hashwolf stated and his sword fell on the woman's shoulder, only to be stopped by a translucent barrier. I told you to do this properly, Grand Master Hashwolf. If you cannot, I'm afraid it means my time still hasn't ran out. Nadia stated with a calm voice. Hashwolf sighed. Yes, you were lucky your powers have stopped my blade. However, this luck will be your end. Tell me, Nadia Wenden, can you see the tilted scales? He said, and as a large ornamented scales appeared behind him, his blade cut through the barrier and the woman. Soon after that, the second Sternritter fell too. Hashwolf took a deep breath. Back in the throne room, Ivach mirrored his action. Did Nadia and Menina's die? I see, thank you Hashwolf. You can come back to me, Nadia and Menina's, well done. I can already feel your power healing me. The energy was still scattering across the Emperor's body when Hashwolf returned. Your Majesty, I believe it is time for Phase 3 of the invasion. Karakura Town, Urahara's shop. Kazuki, Tessai, give me some cover. Isshin yelled and jumped backwards. A thin blade narrowly missed his chin before the person holding it received a flash of yellow electricity to his face. Haha, you say some outrageous things as ever, Isshin-san. Urahara nervously laughed and hastily created a hexagon-shaped barrier in front of him, successfully stopping a bright arrow aimed at his body even though the barrier got smashed in the process. Do it, Isshin-san. Hado number 73, Soren Sokatsui. Tessai ignored the sweat on his forehead and fired two bursts of concentrated blue energy at their opponent. The mildly high-level Keto spell barely slowed down the person they had been fighting for quite some time. The ancient emerged from the small cloud of explosion to show his barely signed face and modestly harmed body. So far nothing the trio managed to use on him did barely work. The first hollow was like an armored tank, his thick skin, hierro, allowing only the strongest attacks through. Even though he had some minor cuts and bruises, the trio had been unable to draw any of his blood. No need for cover, Kurosaki Isshin. I'll give you all the time you want if it'll result in this fight becoming more interesting. The ancient exclaimed without a smile. His face was scrunched in a carefully guarded concentration. He had a job to do, to delay any form of contact between the group of Urahara's shop and the Shinigami of the Gote 13 within Sarate. And he had been doing a great job so far, not giving the trio even a minute of rest, a moment for taking a deeper breath. It was a constant combat, constant defense and constant offense. At the beginning of the fight, he had thought he could have defeated them right away and be done with it, but the three of them had proven to be a formidable opponent. The fight still wasn't as fierce as the one he had survived 1,000 years ago against the Captain Commander, but it was most likely only a matter of time before he would push them to it. Right now, he was even enjoying the confrontation and, therefore, allowed them use more of their abilities. It could become a valuable data for his son. As far as he knew, no one had seen Urahara Kazuki or Kurosaki Isshin releasing their Bankai for quite some time. That meant that even with Aizen's information, his son had incomplete data on them. Without any delay, Isshin reached to his inner thigh and smeared the blood flowing from a deep gash on his left palm. Bringing it to his mouth, he suppressed a grimace and licked some of the blood from it. Within his mouth, he built up his Reiatsu, mixed it with the blood on his tongue and spit the energy on his blade, causing it to explode in power. Out of the way, he yelled again and flashed past Urahara and Tessai to deliver a devastating blow at the ancient. The first hollow with a familiar mask covering his face parried the sword and both of them were engulfed in a storm of bluish energy. Moments later, Isshin emerged from it, his clothes tattered and his skin lightly singed, but he appeared to be fine. On the opposite side, the ancient calmly walked out of the outburst of energy, cracking his neck joints while doing so. That was highly entertaining. Quite a powerful attack coming from a Shinigami in only an initial release. It was almost on the level of the blast I have received from your son some time ago, Kurosaki Isshin. However, it is still not enough to draw blood. He nodded to Isshin in acknowledgement. His torso was heavily burnt, but the gash was not deep enough to penetrate his hierro. Isshin grimaced. Damn, it's not like I held back. He's one tough nut to crack. Isshin-san, I don't think calling the ancient a nut is very clever. We don't want to rile him up. Urahara muttered with a sardonic and just a slightly hysterical grin. While the fear he felt at the beginning of the fight died down, it did not completely vanish from his blood. Isshin's expression turned sour before becoming serious. I know Kazuki, but it helps me from getting agitated. As things are going, I think I'll need to go Bankai on this ugly creature. Isshin-san, I don't recommend it. You know how much pressure it puts your body under. Tessai trailed off as he erected a chantless Denku to stop a large torrent of Sero coming at them. It wasn't enough to stop it, however, and they were forced to relocate. Tessai frowned when the Sero continued going until it hit the barrier around their battlefield and cracked it. He hastily pushed his Raryoku to it and took a few shallow breaths. The forbidden Kido barrier was taking its toll on him. Isshin worriedly glanced at the former Kido Corps commander before shaking his head. We have no other choice. Unless I make him bleed, Kazuki can't use his own Bankai, and I don't see any way of harming him. Raw power doesn't seem to do enough damage. Urahara silently sent a powerful Hado towards the first hollow and clicked his tongue. Isshin-san is right. This is the ancient we're talking about. Even Captain Commander was forced to use his Bankai on him, and that was 1,000 years ago, when he was in his best form. Benihime tells me she's ready to go Bankai, she just needs that bit of blood. As they were arguing and fighting the ancient at the same time, 3 figures appeared in the air behind the ancient and 3 bright Sero shot to the hollow's back, engulfing him in a powerful explosion. The trio of masked figures landed next to Urahara, Tessai and Isshin, who sighed in relief but looked quite surprised. Hiyori-san, Lisa-san and Love-san. What a surprise, what are you doing here? What else, Baldy, we're saving your sorry ass. A short girl with spiky pigtails exclaimed and kicked the closest person, Tessai, in his shin. She cursed loudly when the leg proved to be sturdier than she had anticipated and started to jump on one leg. She received a smack to the back of her head from Love, who let his hollow mask crumble. Sorry we're late, but I had to drag those two back from their baths. Love said, hastily spun around to slap an oncoming Sero with his released Zanpakuto away. Her hair still a bit wet, Lisa looked at him in distaste. Yeah, I barely had the time to finish myself. God thanks for those great bleach doujinshi, she fumed, causing the others to stare at her in shock and almost letting another Sero hit them dead on. Hiyori, red in face from embarrassment, tried to slap the woman on her back but stumbled and hit her ass. Have you really no shame, Lisa? Nice slap, Hiyori. You'd be a good dominatrix. The emotionless response forced even Ishin to stare at the girl with a long ponytail with gaping mouth. She could have been perfect for my stupid son. When no attack came at the group for a minute, they turned around to see the ancient sitting on the ground with an indescribable expression. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just picking my nails. Rose glanced at Urahara. Is he sulking? Quote. At that moment, a small gate of hell rose from the ground next to the hollow and a single Quincy soldier came out of it and whispered something to him. In a single motion, the ancient reached into his pocket and gave him a small device before the man in white robe disappeared along with the gate. The ancient stood back up. Well, it seems the plan is moving along. Now I definitely can't let you contact the Soul Society. His words caused a shiver to run through spines of all 6 Shinigami opposing him. Yeah, that sounds bad. Love muttered and all 3 wizards got into offensive stances. Ishin glanced at Urahara and nodded to him. We have to try and finish this. He closed his eyes and his Reiatsu began to burn his surroundings as he gradually increased the output. Bankai, Tenma Angetsu. Back in Soul Society. Captain Commander's eyes were half closed as he stared at the captain of the 12th Division. I assume this is what kept you for so long in your lab, Captain Mayuri? He asked, nodding towards the 4 silent people behind the scientist. Mayuri grinned widely. Well, among other things, yes, these are my pet projects. It physically pains me to say, but thanks to Captain Unohana's expertise, I've been able to finish patching them up sooner than expected. He tilted his head and, with raised eyebrows, studied the surroundings. And as I'm looking around, it seems I still wasn't in time. I heard that you bunch of idiots got yourself your Zanpakuto spirits taken away. This is a sad day for the Gote 13, he trailed off in a sigh. You mean you still possess your Zanpakuto spirit, Captain Mayuri? Hiraku asked, completely ignoring the insults, which continued to pour out of the scientist's mouth like a waterfall. Mayuri glared at him with outrage evident in his facial expression. Of course I do. Mayuri-sama and I were at the Lab 2X, which is completely inaccessible for anybody else than Mayuri-sama. Not even spiritual particles can penetrate its walls. The vice captain of the 12th Division, wearing a sunny, yet fluffy-looking outfit, stated from behind her captain in an emotionless voice. So you've just been lucky. Toshiro deadpanned. TCH, Nemu, you stupid girl. Mayuri grimaced. That makes 5 captain-class fighters who are still in possession of their Zanpakuto spirits. I hope you can control your projects, Captain Mayuri, because with them able to fight at full power, we can actually fight back. Yamamoto said, the spark of hope within his eyes growing bigger. Mayuri wanted to instantly retort, but he was interrupted when the whole Sarate violently shook, causing the captains to stumble. What the heck was that? Renji growled as he massaged his scalp. He had fallen on his back and hit his head on a boulder behind him. Not sooner than he finished his question, a thick snake of black smoke rose from the ground around the walls surrounding the Sarate. In the next instant, countless hollows emerged from it, blocking the view to any part of the wall, meaning they were already inside the Shikanmaku. What caused the captain to pale was not that amount of the hollows. It was their type. There was not one ordinary hollow staring at the Sarate. A large fraction of them were Manos Grande, slow Jillians who soon after that began firing a myriad of red Sero. The rest of them were Ijuka's class hollows. Oh shit, Shinji quietly cursed and hastily summoned his mask. Shooting out his own massive Sero, he countered some of the attacks from Jillians and caused them to explode in the hollows' faces. At least there are no Vasto Lord. Hira, who had regained consciousness just moments ago, gulped hysterically. Captains of the Gote 13, defend the Sarate. Captain Commander ordered in a booming voice just as a dark figure flashed across the place and, with a leg enveloped in yellow lightning, annihilated several Manos Grande at the west gate. Yo, sorry I'm a bit late, had a conversation with a certain annoying quintuple. Yoruichi-sama, some emotion returned to Sui Feng's face when she realized who the person was. That makes 6 captain-class fighters with a Zanpakuto, ain't that right, Commander-san? Jin stated with a small grin. Relived his vice-captain was up again, and both of them sped towards a certain part of Sarate. From a secret, underground building located somewhere deep within the center of Sarate, a large group of Shinigami, whose faces were covered with cloth, emerged, firing a barrage of mid-level Hado spells. Keto Core, Party Alpha, help in Sector 13, Party Beta, you take Sector 14. The rest of you, scatter across the Sarate and help where you can but remain close to each other. Yes, Commander-san. A tall person leading the group loudly gave orders and, after watching his men position themselves to designated positions, outstretched his palms forward and fired a black ray of spiritual energy towards a large party of Manos Grande at the east gate, obliterating them in a devastating explosion. The full power of the Soul Society had finally woken up. It was time to turn the tables. Hell. With squinted eyes, Ichigo ran across a path made out of reishi, high in the air, with Ryu gliding through the air on a small reishi platform next to him. Surrounded by a thick mist, the only things his eyes could see was a wide river they had been crossing for a while, located straight below them. The silence around them was eerily calm and peaceful, completely not the image of hell Ichigo had depicted within his mind before coming there. He had not uttered a single word since entering the underworld, same as Ryu, whose gaze was firmly set forward, only few emotions flickering through his eyes. And just like with a wave of a magic wand, the fog suddenly vanished and the 2 young men almost stumbled, all of their 5 senses receiving a slight shock that came with the fast change of their surroundings. Well, that was rather unpleasant, Ichigo noted with a frown. While he had been quiet until now mostly because he didn't know what he could have said to his friend, he also had that odd, bizarre feeling he should have been silent. This doesn't look like hell at all, Ryu noted soon after him as they both stared at the scene in front of them. As far as their eyes could see, only a green carpet of neat grass was covering the whole surface of the large area, with only a single medieval-looking castle hindering the sight. Even then, it was so distant it appeared to them only as a tiny box of bricks. Seeing the distance, Ichigo sighed. This is going to take more than 1 minute. Ryu did not respond and, using his platform, began to slide forward. With another sigh, Ichigo followed him. What made the place all creepier was the fact that they still hadn't encountered a single soul, a single living entity. It was all so empty, Ichigo mused with a slowly deepening frown. When he had first seen hell, it was when a hollow named Shrieker got pierced with a humongous sword held by an even larger hand. He had been surprised, so he did not pay too much attention to what was inside the Hell Gate, but he was certain he had been able to hear screams, cries of agony and more loud voices that had sent shivers running through his spine. But now, nothing. There was completely nothing. It was only when they covered the vast distance and got close to the weird-looking castle they finally saw somebody. Not that they were trying to go to the castle. No matter what direction they tried to go, in the end, their path caused them to arrive there. They saw a large and long crowd of people, women, men, children and elderly, all of them slowly moving forward despite their loud protests, as their legs were being pushed by seemingly conscious chains, clipped around their ankles. Ignore them, Ichigo. You can't help them. Ichigo's head snapped to the side and he stared at his one Quincy friend with a clenched jaw that loosened itself after a moment. I know. Don't worry, I remember why we're here. They proceeded forward and went past a throne, where a large man in a hollow-looking mask sat and appeared to stare at the crown in front of him. Every once in a while, a thick chain with a heavy aura crawled from under his feet and wrapped around each person a few times, before they seemingly vanished into thin air. They were forced to walk next to him quite closely, but it looked like they were invisible to him. As soon as they crossed through a thin line behind the throne, the two of them found themselves falling through the air. I hate surprises like this, damn it! Ichigo exclaimed and quickly pumped his Raryoku to his feet when he saw a surface below him coming fast. In the last moment, he slowed down and saw Ryu doing the same thing. When they landed, they took a look around. Unlike the first area, this one had no grass at all. It was a sandless desert with soil under their feet so dry, it had cracks everywhere. Ichigo glanced at Ryu, who returned the look and both of them raised their eyebrows. Still doesn't look like hell. It's too soft. It was soon after they began crossing the desert they encountered souls. Dried up, unable to walk or crawl, drinking water from a small lake, only to appear unsatisfied with it and then, further along the path, blown back and forth when a powerful and violent storm hit their bodies. Bracing when the wind hit them, Ryu blinked as he stared at a man on his right side. I see. It's only understandable that you have ended up here. A man with pink hair weakly raised his head and glared at him. The Quincy. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. You know him? He asked Ryu. The young man in white robe grimaced. Shielaporo Grants, the former Octava Espada. He almost killed me in Abarai-san back in Hueco Mundo. Ichigo raised his eyebrows so high, they practically disappeared in his forehead. He then turned around and started to walk away. Saying nothing to that, Ryu did the same thing. The former Espada tried to call out to them but neither of them listened to him. He called himself immortal. Well, it seems he was wrong. Ryu stated in a low voice. Few minutes later. What the heck is wrong with this dog? Ichigo yelled and leaned backwards. A vicious bite from one of three heads of a large dog in front him chomped the air where the teen's head was just moments ago. A shower of bright arrows forced the dog to back away. If I'm not mistaken, this is Cerberus. Ichigo blinked. You mean the mythological beast? Great. When a serpent's tail, protruding from the dog's back almost caused Ichigo to trip, he growled and jumped in the air. We don't have time for this. Getsuga Tensho. A large bluish wave of energy shot from his sword and cleaved the creature in two. Cerberus howled and his halves fell on opposite sides but they slowly began to move towards each other and connect using some sort of regeneration. We can't kill him. Let's move forward. He'll be incapacitated for a while. Ryu said. Yeah, this rain is getting on my nerves too. Ichigo muttered, feeling an icy cold droplets of rain uncomfortably chilling his skin and making him just a bit irritated. It didn't take long before they encountered another person from the past. As he continuously fed on the souls all around him, the person with a jar filled with a liquid and two small balls instead of a head laughed hysterically. Yes, 215,250th souls. Just a little more and I'll evolve. Then Aizen-sama will call for me. Ichigo glanced as Ryu with a scowl. Who is this disgusting freak? Another former Espada. Ryu closed his eyes and tried to hold back his words but couldn't. I heard this from Kuchiki-san. This should be Araniero Arurueri, the former Noveno Espada. The one who almost killed her while impersonating the previous vice-captain of her division. It seems he was the one who had killed and absorbed the soul of Kai and Shiba a long time ago. Ichigo blinked and stared at the Quincy for a long moment. His hands moved to his Zanpakuto and tightly gripped its hilt. The icy rain failed to touch his body as his Reiatsu rose higher and sparks of black flames around him flickered in and out of existence. You don't say, he muttered in a cold voice. Ryu wanted to say something but resigned to silence. He knew Rukia would be angry at him for not stopping Ichigo but, hearing the tone of his voice, he couldn't. Moreover, he slowly began to feel some sort of a drain from his body. As if something was sucking power out of him. He wouldn't have been able to stop his friend even if he had wanted to. Getsuga Tensho. With a sigh, he felt relieved that at least Ichigo was calm enough not to needlessly release his Zanpakuto. Half an hour later. That relief he had felt, however, did not last long. Ryu decided to heed Urahara's warning and watched Ichigo closely as they struggled to cross the following areas of hell. The next part of hell, where the punished souls were being eternally damned by getting mangled and crushed by large boulders, had been without any setbacks but when they had arrived to the one after that, Ryu knew his friend's mind had slowly become affected by the hell's air. They were forced to cross a never-ending muddy river, a swamp, where the damned souls raged against each other and tried to kill each other for all eternity, only to be reborn a moment later, repeating the process in an infinite loop. All the yelling, screams, agonized crying, shrieking, screeching and angry howling was uncomfortable to hear. Ryu had to admit that. But even then, going as far as annihilating the souls in front of them with rapid series of Getsuga Tensho, had to be over the line. Ichigo was more than just obviously agitated, irritated by almost everything that was happening around him, and the black flames, source of his Zanpakuto powers, had started to flicker in and out of existence more often and stronger with each passing minute. Ryu prayed the substitute Shinigami would not snap before they got to their goal destination. The next part of hell, where the muffled cries barely rose from within flaming tombs below their feet, had its temperature increased, only adding fuel to Ichigo's flames. They rose even higher when they entered the next layer and had to fight another mythical creature with the head of a bull on the body of a man, the Minotaur. But still, Ichigo was able to suppress his flames. But nothing could remain forever, and the black darkness erupted from him when the two of them encountered another figure, this time known only to Ichigo. "Shrieker," he said in a low voice. Wordlessly releasing his Zanpakuto, Ichigo shot forward to the hollow that had once tormented a soul of a pure boy before Ryu could even blink. "Damn it, if we continue like this, I'll lose all of my strength and Ichigo all of his sanity before we even arrive to Muken. Kurosaki Ichigo, haha, we meet again, you bastard. This time it won't be the same. As a Togabito, my power has been increased," and that was all the former hollow was able to say before he was completely obliterated by a wave of black fire. "Shut up." With that, they continued going deeper and deeper, until they finally reached the lowest level of hell, the ninth circle, where the temperature dropped to freezing degrees and where the whole area was covered with a thick layer of ice. Using the small device they had received from Urahara earlier, Ryu quickly assessed the situation and spotted a small portal leading to Muken. There was only one problem, though. It was situated behind a large throne. The throne, along with the person in it, had a half of its whole body under a hard layer of ice. The person there was a large monster, closely resembling a hollow with its odd mask. The problem lied in what the monster was gnawing on. Ryu and Ichigo froze in their tracks when their brains realized who those two bloodied bodies in its mouth were. The first one was a woman with black hair tied into a ponytail and a pale skin, while the other one was a woman with bright orange hair and a face radiating warmth, if it wasn't for all the blood. Kurosaki Masaki and Ishida Kutagira. Mother of Kurosaki Ichigo and mother of Ishida Ryu. Blood bubbled within Yuryu's veins, and only to his unbreakable logical mind he was able to grasp his sanity before he would snap. Only one piece of information made him realize what they were seeing wasn't real, couldn't be real. His mother had been a Quincy, whose soul, after her death, had gone to Muken to Ivach. Her whole, pure soul, and the one with hell's chains around her ankles currently in the monster's mouth. What he was seeing was just a mere illusion. Hearing a hysterical, but mildly quiet, laughter on his side, he gulped. It seemed Ichigo's mind wasn't able to take the sight, and he wasn't able to realize this was but an illusion. Or maybe he did but just didn't care. He snapped. The black fire erupted from around him with such intensity, Ryu had to hastily pull back or risk getting blasted by Ichigo's power. "I'm going to murder you and then the whole damned Quincy army along with Ivach." Ichigo darkly muttered and, crushing the ground beneath his feet, jumped towards the monster. His blade, covered in a thick layer of blackness, began to fall on the monster's head when a dense wall of ice got into the way and blocked the strike. It crumbled under the sheer pressure of the swing, but it successfully prevented the teen from touching the monster. "Ichigo, calm down. It's not real, it's just an illusion. That is not your mother," Ryu yelled. With wide eyes, he rolled to the side when a wave of flames shot towards him. He almost snapped himself and shouted at Ichigo, but stiffened when the teen turned his head towards him. Ichigo said nothing, just sent a chilling glare at the Quincy, who gulped when he noticed his friend's eyes. They were completely black, filled with the darkness that blocked any light from getting inside. Oh crap, Ryu thought grimly. He felt weak from the whole journey through the hell and was in no condition to stop his friend. And surely not in this berserk state. So he just shut up. To his tiny bit of relief, Ichigo turned back to Monster. "At least he's not attacking me." Since it was in his best interest to make sure the situation, Ichigo not attacking him, would remain the same. Once in a while, Ryu formed his reishi bow and shot a few arrows at the monster's blind spot. It didn't do much damage, much to the Quincy's displeasure. Not only he felt weak, but Apparently, his ability to draw reishi from his surroundings was damped too. Or maybe the hell just didn't contain regular spiritual particles. Either way, despite that, his projectiles still managed to irritate the monster, which in turn, made Ichigo's attempts at its life easier. But the battle dragged on. Even if the monster received a serious injury or lost a limb, it regenerated in a matter of instants. The speed of the regeneration far surpassed any kind of high-speed regeneration Ryu had seen so far. It had occurred to the young Quincy that maybe they didn't have to really fight the monster, and so, while Ichigo kept relentlessly striking it from each side, Ryu tried to blitz around it and enter the portal. No success there. He was blasted backwards as soon as his skin touched the portal. When he shook off the impact, his brow creased in a frown. He was almost afraid the portal itself did it, which would pose a problem. If it didn't allow a passage to them, how were they supposed to enter the Muken? But his anxiety died down when he noticed the long tail protruding from the monster's backside and was currently flailing in front of the portal. So he took me out with a tail. Ryu then attempted to evade the tail and enter the portal again. Not once, not twice, but several times, but every single time, the monster used its tail to literally slap him away from it. After so many failed attempts, Ryu had to admit this plan wasn't going to work. They really needed to get rid of the monster, somehow. Taking a mild risk, he called out to the substitute. Ichigo, we can't enter the portal unless we incapacitate him. He omitted the part that what they were seeing in the monster's mouth was an illusion. Telling the orange-haired teen the same thing twice had never worked in the past, so why would he waste his breath now? He just hoped the small, functioning part of Ichigo's brain would understand what he was saying. Cautiously watching, Ryu prepared himself to jump away when Ichigo landed next to him. Fortunately, he just nodded and with a quick movement of his sword, drew blood on one of his fingers. Single quote ? Ryu didn't understand what his friend was doing. At least for a short instant. Ichigo smeared the bit of blood on his palm, raised it and aimed it at the howling monster and opened his mouth. The voice that came out of it was weirdly distorted, in a similar fashion as when he had used his hollow mask in the past. Gran Rey Cero. The bright, crimson-red torrent of energy rippled through the air and smashed the ice barrier that had erected in front of the monster like a bullet hitting a single paper. It continued further and enveloped the monster in a violent explosion. When it died down, Ryu shook his head. He wanted to be impressed by the show of power, but it seemed he got used to anything his transcendent friend could do. The whole upper part of the monster's body was missing and its legs, the only thing remaining, fell down. It appeared the regeneration had already begun, but it was considerably slower than before. Using that to their advantage, Ryu carefully pointed to the portal and, along with Ichigo, hurried towards it. In the last attempt to slow them down, the monster's tail shot towards them and Ryu almost cursed, but Ichigo swatted it away like an annoying fly. As they jumped through the portal, Ryu grimaced. I hope he can turn back. I don't like this Kurosaki Ichigo. Muken. This is, Hashwolf-sama. One of the Quincy soldiers in front of a computer gulped and called out to the Grand Master, when he noticed two small dots coming close to the area where the Wandenreich had its headquarters. What is it? Hashwolf asked after walking to the man. The soldier silently pointed at two dots. I see. I'll alert His Majesty. You know what to do. Muken. Elsewhere. They had been running across the thick blackness for a while, keeping tracks on each other only thanks to Urahara's devices, but Yuryu's face, covered in the deep shadows, was more relaxed than before. Since leaving the real hell, his strength had begun to slowly return, erasing most of the fatigue he had felt during the journey. Moreover, thanks to the beeping on the small device in his pocket, he knew they were getting close to their destination. As the time passed, he quickly ran over many different scenarios that could happen once they set their feet into the enemy territory. None of them were very pleasant or optimistic, but he wasn't about to back away when he was getting so close. And just like that, they appeared in a large area, a city of some sorts, made completely out of spiritual particles that took form of an ice. The beeping of the device reached its peak. We're here, he announced to Ichigo, who showed a disturbing grin. His next action completely shattered most of Yuryu's intentions of silent approach to this mission. Getsuga Tensho. A huge crescent wave of energy tore into the city and they could hear cries of pain as a large explosion cleared out the area. Uryu blinked, his brain momentarily unable to comprehend the stupidity of the action when Ichigo opened his mouth. We should announce our presence accordingly. With that, he jumped in the air, ready to meet the enemy. Uryu finally shook of the surprise and was already voicing his objections when he hastily slapped a hand across his mouth. A realization dawned upon him. What Ichigo did wasn't as stupid as it had appeared to be at first sight. With this act of aggression, the substitute got most of the attention of the enemy, leaving Uryu to move alone while he dealt with anybody. It still wasn't as good as some of Uryu's plans, it was still good enough for a berserker. When another explosion scattered the cloud of smoke up in the air, Uryu took out his device and moved. With Ichigo standing on a high tower made of ice, Ichigo didn't have to wait long for the enemy to drop around his location. From the looks of it, it seemed that the Quincy army wasn't even slightly surprised at the arrival of the substitute. Not one foot soldier headed towards him. On the contrary, all of them hurried to get away from him. Even if they didn't have their orders, they wouldn't have stayed to fight him. They all knew they couldn't have even slow him down. Instead, only Quincy in prestigious robes appeared and surrounded Ichigo, with one exception, each one standing in a reasonable distance. The one who arrogantly tried to get too close was a large man with a beard. Driscoll Bercy, Sternritter. Oh, the overkill. I finally meet the most important special power, Kurosaki Ichigo, in fight. I'm delighted. He landed in front of Ichigo and introduced himself in a booming voice, before cocking his right fist back and throwing it at the substitute. To the great shock of the man, with a tiny smirk, Ichigo deftly caught the punch with his left hand, causing his sleeve to pull back and show the web pattern on the skin of his arm. One downward slash skin later, and the man dropped at the ground, burnt to crisp with the black fire erupting from Ichigo. Yeah, pleasure to meet you, he stated in his bizarre voice, the darkness still within his eyes. The action stirred a bit of a ruckus in the rest of the Sternritters. Sternritter, J. The Jail, Quiljopi, Sternritter, L. The Lag, Shaz Domino, and Sternritter, S. The Superstar, masked a masculine, who immediately assumed their stances. It seems introducing ourselves would be less than productive, Quilj noted and, along with Shaz, fired a salvo of arrows at Ichigo, while Mask kicked the ground and jumped behind the barrage to deliver a crushing dropkick. A wave of black flames annihilated all projectiles and heavily singed Mask's legs when the man punched the ground to change the direction of his flight. AAAARGH, damn you villain. James, I need the support of my fans. Mask yelled, growling from the excruciating pain that his attack had given him. But the blood had saved him from the worst effect of the black flames and he didn't hallucinate. He waited until the bell rang enough times, before most of his clothes vanished. Yeah, I feel you, my fans, I hear you, my fans. You too, don't want to see the hero to fall. You want to see the villain down on the ground, he exclaimed, and a halo appeared above his head. The three of them had received orders to use all of their powers to slow down Ichigo. Star Lariat, he swung down his arm and sent a powerful shockwave through the air, straight at Ichigo. Lagged knives. From a side, Shaz threw a considerable amount of his reishi knives, while on the other side of the battlefield, Quilj, with a halo on his head, began to suck out reishi particles from a nearby building to power up a large arrow, which he shot at the substitute's back. The building all around the team collapsed from the joint attack. They all hit the mark, Quilj quietly stated. In the next moment, he found himself impaled through the stomach and coughed blood. To the Sternritter's surprise, Ichigo was still unharmed. The remnants of his shield were still at his previous location. Damn you, he muttered and fell down. Shaz already threw another set of knives, but even with the use of his special power, he wasn't fast enough to actually hit the substitute and only succeeded in pushing him away. But that was enough. Mask was already in the air, flying above the area in a certain pattern. Take this, Star Flash. Supernova. He yelled, and a massive star-shaped blast of energy crashed into the ground, creating an immense explosion upon impact. Ha! Farewell, villain. Through the smoke from the explosion, a shot of bright energy headed towards the place where Ichigo had been, as Quilj slowly stood up again, supported by strings of reishi. I will fulfill my mission even if I have to die. He yelled and coughed more blood. Do take it slow, Quilge. You think he survived Mosk's attack? Shaz asked and played with his reishi knife. Quilge just silently pointed towards the smoke. When it cleared, Ichigo stood there, trapped in a reishi cage but only mildly injured. He was singed and his clothes burnt but still, no blood was visible. You have some good endurance, for a villain. Mask muttered with a serious expression. Inside the cage, Ichigo narrowed his eyes and touched the cage, only to get shocked as if hit with an electrical current. He stayed still for a moment, before reaching with his hand again. This time, the reishi construct crumbled. Ah well, it was too good to be true. Shaz lazily stated, but there was a definite hint of a worry in his voice. I see, despite allying yourself with twisted and barbaric Shinigami, you still do possess a bit of what is holy and righteous within. That is, an abhorrent sight. Truly, makes my blood curl. With those words, the three Sternritter attacked again. They lasted exactly 1 more minute. After he defeated them, Ichigo eagerly awaited the arrival of other enemies, but what happened next blew his clouded mind. The very ground beneath his feet started to change. As if a large shadow slowly passed across the whole place, all ice buildings, all ice constructs belonging to the Quincy army seemingly disappeared only to get substituted by buildings he could remember. Buildings of Sarate. He cursed and wanted to flash away, but he was stopped when a light arrow hit him in his back. With a groan he turned around. Putting down his bow, Rukin gazed straight back at him. Chapter 23 Unimaginable tables have been turned. Seeing your eyes have gotten back to normal, I'm assuming you are no longer being controlled by your own powers. Rukin asked with narrowed eyes and put down his reishi arrow. From behind him, panting a little, Uryu stepped out with a strained smile. When you told me you can turn Ichigo back, I was thinking of something less violent. He deadpanned and then glanced at his stunned friend. How are you feeling, Ichigo? The orange-haired teen blinked many times as his consciousness was a bit hazy at the moment. He moved one of his hands towards his chest, where his heart was located, and patted himself. There was no injury or any blood, but he clearly remembered getting shot with an arrow. With eyes full of questions, he turned to the Ishida duo. What happened? Then he noticed his surroundings. We're in Sarate. I thought we were in hell, he muttered, clearly confused. Taking pity on him, Uryu jumped in the air and landed next to him. Without a preface, he shortly explained to the substitute just what had happened ever since he had lost control over his own powers. With a calm gaze, he watched his friend's face rapidly change facial expressions. Panicking wouldn't do him any good. Ichigo needed to hear it, and it was best if he heard it in a placid tone. When he was done, Ichigo was staring at the ground beneath his feet with a grimace. Right, I remember bits and pieces. He sighed. Well, what is done is done. We need to figure out our situation. By the way, it's nice to see you unharmed, Rukin-san. He stated as he glanced at the older Ishida. The younger one stared at the substitute in surprise. When he noticed it, Ichigo raised his eyebrows. What? Uryu continued to stare for a while longer before he shrugged. Nothing. I was just afraid you were going to wallow in self-pity over what you have done while in that berserk state. I'm glad I was wrong. It seems you have matured a bit more than I have anticipated. Hey, I never wallow in self-pity, Ichigo exclaimed, scandalized. He tried to keep up the offended expression, but, after a moment, he chuckled. Right, I guess I've done it a few times. He leaned backwards to stretch his muscles. It's just, I'm not exactly happy with myself. I don't like violence that much, but this is war. I've been preparing for it for the last few months. I knew I'd probably have to even kill somebody. I'm not going to fall into pieces now that it happened. Moreover, I already did it when I fought those Quincy in Hueco Mundo. But this is the second time I did it while in berserk state. I'd prefer to have control over myself. Casually reminding Uryu of the fight he had had with Ulquiorra, he cracked his neck joints. The younger Ishida had to admit, Ichigo had really matured profoundly. I prefer you like this too, Uryu muttered with half-smile. No homo, right, quote. Despite what he told his friend, deep down, Ichigo was feeling a bit anxious over his actions but resolved to keep himself together. Yes, He had killed before and had been fine after it, but the kill count was growing larger, leaving a sour taste in his mouth. Truthfully, he was also disappointed with himself. Disappointed that he had been unable to prevent his emotions from getting the best of him in hell. But still, he was able to joke and laugh at the outraged face of his friend. A commotion in a far distance, however, reminded all of them that they were still in enemy territory. "Right, Kurosaki, Uryu," Rukin called out to the young duo. He waited until they landed next to him so he wouldn't have to raise his voice. "Since I arrived here, I've been able to gather some information and it would be useful if you knew it too." The tone of the man's voice was even more serious than usually, so Ichigo strained his concentration as much as he could so nothing would escape him. "Uryu explained to you how you ended up here, in Muken. However, as you can see, we appear to be in the surroundings of the Sarate. I'm sure you want to know why is that, seeing that Uryu himself doesn't know the reason too." "Yeah, that would be great." Ichigo nodded thoughtfully. "And you know the reason?" Uryu glanced at his father with narrowed eyes. "Yes, I haven't been just lazing around here. Surprisingly, under the warning of not starting any fights, I've been given a free roam card so I could spy on some conversations." When he saw the two friends exchange a meaningful gaze, Rukin cracked a tiny smirk. "I see you came to the similar conclusion as I did. Ivach let me roam free because he knew I'd be able to gather some information. Which means he doesn't care that I know it. And he knew you two were on your way here. Which also means he is confident that his plans can't be stopped even with us three knowing this." He paused for a moment. "He thinks we have no way of getting out of this place." Uryu muttered after a few seconds of silence. "Most likely. And what is this, that we know?" Ichigo asked quietly. His plans were, as soon as Kurosaki would get here, he would somehow swap the location of his headquarters here in Muken with the Sarate in Soul Society. And from the looks of it, it seems the locations were the only thing that have been swapped. "I see no Shinigami here." Alarms went off in Ichigo's mind. Shit. Ultimately, the reason behind the swap is also tied to the seal that had imprisoned Ivach here in Muken. While he had been gradually able to break free from most restrictions that had been placed upon him 1,000 years ago, it seems he was unable to leave his headquarters for extended period of time. With the swap happening, now he got around this last constraint. He just used the timing to also imprison us three in here. Rukin explained. It looked like he wanted to add something to it but decided not to. "Great, what do we do now?" Ichigo cursed. The older Ishida reached into his pocket and took out a small device. "Since you've been able to follow my trail, I'm sure Urahara Kazuki has informed you about this. What he didn't tell you is that device allows me to contact the irritating man. By doing this, he should be able to pull us out of this place." Ichigo went silent and turned to look at Uryu, both of them having looking quite apprehensive. Rukin raised one eyebrow. "What is it?" Ichigo nervously chuckled and averted the man's gaze. "It's just, now that you say it, the two of us have never really asked Urahara-san about how to get back from Muken." "You mean you came here without having any means of returning?" Rukin deadpanned. Staring at them, Rukin just sighed and shook his head. Without making any sort of comment, he turned on the device and put it next to his mouth. "Urahara Kazuki, this is Ishida Rukin. Kurosaki Ichigo and my son have successfully arrived to Muken and are here with me," but he trailed off when only the sound of static answered him. "Is it broken, maybe?" Uryu asked nervously. "No, I know Urahara-san. He wouldn't have given." "Quiet," Rukin suddenly commanded. "Ishi, can't d too much, and see, watch out, ish." The three of them stared at the small device with deep frowns. After several long minutes of silence, Ichigo grimaced. "That didn't sound good. I think I heard the name Ancient. If what I think is right, then it's possible we could spend here more time than any of us has anticipated," Rukin stated. In the moment, Ichigo rapidly spun around and slashed at the air behind him. "What?" Rukin and Uryu jumped backwards in surprise. With a scowl, Ichigo carefully scanned the area. "I thought I sensed something." As soon as he finished saying that, a small person in a loose trench coat rose from the ground and stared at the substitute with cold, yet playful eyes. "Weird, I imagined myself being intangible and completely invisible, yet you were able to sense my presence." How really weird. The stranger raised his head, covered by hood, to reveal a childlike face of a boy with messy blonde hair. Tilting his head, he revealed a chilling smile. This will be fun, Soul Society. Walking out of a large gate, Ivach was met with a sight of his own headquarters being successfully switched with the Sarate. The result brought a wide, satisfying grin on his face. Everything was proceeding according to the initial plan. Since he was the last person of his holy army to arrive to the Soul Society, he watched as one of his underlings hastily walked towards him. Report, he stated. The subordinate curtly got down on one of his knees before opening his mouth. Yes, Your Majesty. The whole Sarate has been smoothly transferred to Mukan, there were no problems. We have received a word that the recently unsealed Gremi Thumo has made contact with the special war power Kurosaki Ichigo and will proceed to engage him in a battle. For a short moment, Ivach closed his eyes, the satisfaction he felt growing larger. Good. Using Gremi was dangerous, Ivach himself knew it. The powers the boy had awoken after receiving Ivach's blessing were on a border between being comprehensible and incomprehensible. One misstep and Gremi could very well destroy a large portion of Ivach's plans. And the boy wanted to be helpful so much, Ivach would have to release him sooner or later. Now that both Kurosaki and Gremi were in a separate dimension, the Oddstern Ritter could use his powers to his full capability without Ivach having to worry about it. And after Kurosaki was going to deal with him, an outcome Ivach didn't question, it was only going to benefit him. It should also leave Kurosaki at least a bit tired. It was basically killing two birds with one stone. There is one more thing, Your Majesty. Ivach opened his eyes and glanced at the man who gulped. Go on. Yes, Your Majesty. It looks like the whole Gote 13 have retreated to the various parts of Rukongai as soon as they noticed the members of our holy army coming here in waves. They had dispatched the initial army of Hollows, however, it appears they are far too exhausted to continue fighting us. I see. Dismissed. Yes, Your Majesty. The man, keeping his eyes on his feet, stood up and returned back to his comrades. Watching him leave, Ivach's brow creased in a slight frown. Maybe he was overthinking things, but Gote 13 completely leaving their posts seemed too far-fetched. While it was true that, from the reports during the first two phases of the invasion, the Shinigami forces have received heavy losses, Ivach remembered the Gote 13 to be fiercer than this. Or maybe that demon, Shigekuni Yamamoto, really got too old to continue being as dangerous as he had been 1,000 years ago. It didn't really matter to Ivach, though. Now that he did not possess his Zanpakuto spirit, even Yamamoto was powerless to stop him. Not to mention with every further person falling during this war, the difference in power was only going to increase. Nothing matters anymore. Ivach's expression settled on a grin again. Taking a step forward, he was quietly joined by his Grand Master, Hashwolf, and together, they made their way towards the highest tower within the area. I believe everything is ready, he asked on the way. Hashwolf reached into his robe and took out a small vial full of translucent liquid. Yes, Your Majesty. Thanks to the hard work of our fallen comrades in Hueco Mundo, we have been able to get a sample of Kurosaki Ichigo's Haori. His grin still in place, Ivach blew a bit of air from his mouth. You probably didn't even realize that the Haori the Royal Guard has given to you functions as a substitute to the Okayan. Kurosaki Ichigo, I thank you, for you are the one that shall lead us to the light. He thought. What about his device? Hashwolf wordlessly reached into his robe for the second time and took out a little, glowing cube that was giving off energy vibes. Good. Then the only thing remaining is to proceed to the next phase. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them finally made their way to the top of the chosen tower, where Ivach walked into its center and waited for Hashwolf to make final preparations. When he was finished, a large, six-sided cross appeared on the roof beneath their feet, filled to the brim with spiritual particles. Connect it, Ivach stated. Listening to his order, Hashwolf attached the cube. It is ready, Your Majesty. Ivach sent him a single nod and turned back to stare down the tower, at the icy-looking surrounding of his headquarters. I assume you have given the orders to my Sternritter. Yes, Your Majesty. They know what to do. Content with the reply, Ivach took a deep breath. Let's go, Hashwolf. It is time for me to claim my rightful place, on the throne in the heavens. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, The cross beneath their feet exploded in bright light and enveloped both of them in the brilliant synergy of energies, shooting high in the sky, piercing through anything and everything in its path. The shockwave was so strong, even those at the borders of the city felt it as a powerful gale that forced them to cover their eyes. Looking at the spectacle through complex binoculars, Mayuri turned to the rest of his fellow captains with an unsettling grin. Everything went just as I suspected. Now, it's time for those fools in the Royal Guard to show their skills. Let us hope they will not disappoint us. Assembled at the outskirts of the 25th district of Rukongai, the captains sighed, the anxiety not letting go of their hearts. What are the chances of success? Sui Feng asked. Mayuri snorted. If we're talking about the plan, A, practically zero. But it could help lengthen the effects of the plan, B, which will succeed with 100% certainty. The important question, however, is not whether it will succeed but for how long it will last. They all glanced at Yoruichi. The Shihoin heiress shrugged. Well, when they informed me about the plan they sounded quite confident. Karakura town, in front of Urahara's shop. Kazuki, that was Rukin. Isshin panted while keeping all of his attention at the ancient. His own Bankai was starting to take its toll on his body and his stamina was slowly being depleted. Despite that, he had been able to hear the voice that had suddenly come out of the device strapped on Urahara's clothes. I know Isshin-san but, Nake, Benihime. I'm afraid we have to deal with this situation first. The genius scientist answered him while firing a powerful blast of red energy towards the area in front of Love. The blast managed to redirect a bright Sero, leaving the former captain of the 7th Division only slightly singed instead of being blasted into smithereens. Thanks. Love thanked him with thumbs up and leaned to the side, followed with a quick shunpo to avoid getting vertically cut into two halves. Hiyori-san, you shouldn't move too much. I was only able to close the wound, the internal damage is still there. Tessai pushed the protesting wizard with pigtails back on the ground, a bit afar from where the fight was taking place. Get off, robot, I'm Phi Blah. She tried to stand up only to spew out a large amount of blood. Feeling hazy, her legs gave out and she fell on her butt and clutched her stomach. With a worried expression, Tessai's hands glowed green as he moved them above the harmed area. Listen to him, right now you're useless. Lisa said when she roughly landed next to them, after attempting to block a direct punch from the strongest hollow. Safe to say, it almost broke her sword along with the bones in her arms. Only thanks to the increased endurance from her hollow mask was she able to remain mostly unharmed. Screw you, Hiyori grunted through pursed lips. Lisa just dusted herself off and returned to the main battlefield with a long jump. Supporting Isshin with a variety of Kido spells and his Zanpakuto abilities, Urahara watched his friend relentlessly attack the seemingly unbeatable enemy with everything he got. So far, nothing they tried had managed to penetrate the hollow's thick hide, called Hiero, and he was starting to get worried. He was confident that once he could activate his Bankai, the tides of the battle would tilt to their side. However, whether he could actually activate it was the thing that was beginning to trouble him. Seeing Isshin struggle so much just to draw some blood made Urahara see Ichigo's power in a new light. With just one strike, the teen had been able to injure the ancient more than his father could even when using most of his abilities. And that had been before the substitute had ascended into transcendence. Well, there was still one way Isshin could surpass that damage, but Urahara was sure both of them would prefer not to use that technique. Not just yet. Then all of a sudden, a bright glow enveloped the ancient and, with his keen sight, Urahara noticed one of the enemy's knees buckle. I don't know what's going on but, Isshin-san, now, use the most powerful technique you have, he exclaimed, loud enough for everybody in the area to hear him. Without missing a beat, or a speck of doubt, Isshin raised his energy output to the maximum. Getsuga Tenbana, he yelled and slashed down with all of his might. An attack, so similar to Getsuga Tensho which he shared with his son, shot out from his sword and traveled across the area towards the ancient. The slash of energy in form of a wave was filled with the characteristic of Isshin's Angetsu, with the element of fire. The heat of flames covering the energy strike scorched the very ground it traveled above until it hit the one enemy dead on. The following eruption of the discharged energy forced all the combatants to take cover and Tessai to pump as much Ryoryoku as he could into the protective barrier which protected the rest of the Karakura from their battlefield. Ready to collapse on his feet, Isshin panted heavily as he tried to see through the smoke and debris flying everywhere. While the wizards stared at him with surprised expressions, not expecting an attack of such magnitude, Urahara squinted his eyes. If that didn't work, I think we are done for. With a slight turn of his head, Isshin directed his gaze at him. Why, did you, think it could work, all of a sudden? He gasped for the air, the sudden Ryoryoku draining almost all of his reserves. Because it looked like something. Urahara suddenly went silent, startling the others, but, before long, he twisted his mouth into a wide smile. It worked. How do you know? Love, along with everybody else, didn't understand the sudden shift in the man's confidence. The scientist just pointed through the slowly vanishing smoke. Because Benihime just told me she's ready to go into Bankai. Everybody, even the injured Hiyori, jumped on their feet to stare at the ancient, who walked out of the remnants of the explosion with a large and deep gash across his whole torso. Blood flowed out of it in great amounts, but it looked like he was already beginning to regenerate. That caught me off guard. I didn't think the drain would be so heavy. It looks like the path to the royal realm was indeed greatly protected, he stated, his face showing signs of pain. Barely hearing his words, Urahara and company froze. Oi, don't tell me, Love muttered nervously. With narrowed eyes, Urahara was the second person to recover. He raised his Zanpakuto, pointed its tip towards the ancient and released his spiritual energy. Bankai, Benihime Chisei. When a burst of energy around him died down, the ancient watched in fascination as his own blood, flowing out of the gash, started to levitate in the air and sail towards Urahara. In a few seconds' time, a good portion of it surrounded the scientist and created a mist of blood of some sorts, covering the man's expression along with his body. Bankai of Urahara Kazuki, one of the few releases almost nobody knows anything about. This should provide incredibly valuable data for my son. Speaking in low voice, Urahara, hidden behind the mist, negatively shook his head. I'm afraid it will not. You won't get a chance to pass anything you'll learn here to anybody. From within the mist, a powerful Sero shot at the ancient. Even though he made an attempt to dodge it, it still managed to hit him directly into his body and hurled him across the area until he painfully collided with the barrier and slightly cracked it. He fell on his knees, his eyes behind the mask, not believing the situation. That was my own powerful Sero. He raised his head to glance at Urahara. Urahara Kazuki, what are you? He did not receive any answer. Instead, he saw another Sero coming at him while the others advanced towards him. With agility unlike any other hollow, the ancient forced his injured body to roll to the side. He wasn't that much worried about any attack other than the Sero that barely missed his right shoulder. Even with the sudden drop in his powers, the ancient knew he could only be harmed by Isshin, maybe by Tessai if the man used his most powerful Kido. However, now that Urahara released his own Bankai, the ancient was beginning to doubt such thoughts. What the man sent at him was undeniably his own Sero. And no matter how strong an individual is, how invulnerable he is, when forced to withstand his own attack, that invulnerability is useless. It's working, Kazuki, Isshin stated loudly. His sword swooshed through the air and narrowly missed the ancient's left side. Jumping over him, Love brought down his Zanpakuto to try and hammer the strongest hollow down like a nail. Hado number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinton Raiho. A gigantic beam of electrical and spiritual energy shot from Tessai's outstretched palm. The ancient grimaced and moved in a haste. Leaning to the right, he raised his leg and kicked Isshin in his midsection, sending the former captain flying across the area. With his left arm, he redirected Love's Zanpakuto so it slid by him and hit the ground next to him, causing the Hado spell to hit Love's released sword, instead of him. Gah! Blood spurted from his mouth when a massive Sero hit him in his back. He gritted his teeth. Urahara, Kazuki. He turned around to glare at the one and only scientist, most of his features hidden behind the mist of blood. What kind of blasted Bankai is that? To be able to wield a hollow's power, who are you? You are mistaken. I'm not wielding any hollow's power. Urahara quietly responded. Then how? Urahara's chuckle caused the ancient to raise both of his eyebrows. The man's voice sounded a bit different. A bit odd. A bit nasty, almost sinister. A bit like the ancient himself. If you think I'm like the others who would gladly explain the mechanics behind their abilities in the middle of a battle, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Mr. Ancient. You will never know. With the image of yet another Sero being powered up, the battle started anew. Strikes, attack and blasts rapidly came from every side, from every angle and every corner of the battlefield. It didn't matter who sent them. Eventually, all of them began to blend together, making it impossible to differentiate between them. Spiritual energy was filling the area within the barrier like a water filling a bottle. And when the bottle is weak, the amount of water is too great and the resulting pressure too incredible, the bottle explodes. So, after countless dashes and attempts to break the ancient, the barrier shattered like a thin blanket of glass, no longer being able to contain all of the spiritual energy within. Now released, the energy washed over a great part of Karakura town, like a shockwave at the beginning then as a gentle breeze when reaching its end. Near the Urahara's shop, the group of Shinigami stared at the broken figure of the ancient, his body filled with horrendous injuries, torn to the point of no return. His mask shattered, it revealed a face of an incredibly old man with a long and thin beard and wrinkled skin. Despite his defeat, the man had a smile on his face, his eyes glazed as his final thought was about a certain woman, with whom he had spent the best part of his life. "I'm coming home, Elsie," he muttered inaudibly and went limp. Dead. After giving him one last stare to convince himself he was truly gone, Isshin turned to Urahara. "I think we should contact Ichigo now." He trailed off when his legs gave out and he fell on the ground, his consciousness giving out before he hit the ground. Urahara wanted to catch him but his reserves were too depleted and he fell down, unconscious, in the same way. Others followed soon after that. They won but the battle had been too much. Now, their bodies needed to lie down and relax, to gather their strength again. All of them realized how impossibly lucky they were. Lucky that all of them survived the encounter with the ancient, the greatest hollow ever to exist. Muken, transported Sarate, Uryu, Ruken-san, answer me. Ichigo desperately yelled at the duo of father and son, lying still on the cold ground in a short distance away from him. His head snapped around to glare at the childish Sternritter, who was quietly chuckling. "What did you do to them?" The teen was heavily confused and shocked. One moment he was facing the Sternritter who called himself Gremmy while everything was mostly fine, but in the next seconds, Uryu and Ruken just suddenly dropped down like ragdolls, without any signs of life within their eyes. "I just imagined them to be dead. They would be only hindrances to our fight." Gremmy coldly smiled, causing Ichigo's blood to boil. He didn't understand the situation and knew only his logic could save him from going into battle frenzy, but, for the time being, he didn't care. Ivach and his army had already done more harm to his friends than anybody else did in his whole life. He had sworn he was going to get rid of the Quincy army and now, he was going to do just that. Silently, he used Shunpo to appear directly in front of Gremmy to deliver a powerful slash at him. He felt a small amount of resistance when his blade came into contact with the boy, but his Zanpakuto cleaved right through him nevertheless. Eruption of blood caused him to jump back and watch his enemy fall down in cold satisfaction. That was not pleasant. For a second I thought I was going to die, but then I realized, such thinking would only lead to actual death. In front of Ichigo's eyes, Gremmy rose from the ground, covered in blood but completely unharmed. How? This isn't even instant regeneration. His wound just disappeared. The teen stared at him completely baffled. So, I just had to switch my thinking and imagine myself healed. Now I'll know better than to imagine my skin to be dense as steel, as it seems it causes you no trouble to cut through such material. Gremmy continued in his monologue, confusing the teen even further. Using the moment of carelessness, the Sternritter, squinted his eyes. "Yes, trying to kill you will be fun." The pupils in Ichigo's eyes widened when all of a sudden, he found himself enveloped in a large sphere of water, rendering him unable to breathe. With a mighty slash, he cut through it and caused the sphere to lose its integrity. Water splashed on the ground, leaving him wet and even more confused than before. What is going on here? The puddles of water all around him vanished and in their stead, tall flames of hot fire surrounded him from all sides, crashing down on him like a fiery avalanche. Thanks to his thick skin and the reiatsu covering his whole body, he only felt the immense heat. He horizontally swung his zanpakuto and blew the flames with the pure wind pressure. As soon as he did that, he flashed to another part of Sarate, afraid that the battle could affect the still unmoving bodies of his two comrades. In the moment he landed on the ground, a block of soil the size of a mansion dropped down at him from the air and pinned him down with its large weight. Flaring his transcendent spiritual energy, the matter trapping his body dissolved into nothingness, into pure reishi, and he jumped out of it with one jump. I see, so using the power of Earth's elements is not enough to even slow you down. How about this, then? Gremmy stated from the top of a nearby building before a thick lightning struck the teen, electrocuting him with its potent current of electricity. Feeling his muscles lightly twitching, Ichigo noticed his clothes were starting to burn from the immense heat the lightning produced, and so he gritted his teeth and spun around, effectively breaking away from the strike. His mind in disarray, he glanced at his enemy. This guy, I don't know what his power is, but it is completely beyond any Quincy I have encountered so far. He doesn't even move his hands to attack me. He only stands there and stares at me with all his might, blabbering some nonsense. His thought trailed off when he realized a small detail but had no time to ponder about it as Gremmy opened his mouth again. Not even lightning, huh? You are indeed very resilient. The pleasant breeze playing with his hair getting stronger, Ichigo raised one of his eyebrows. What now? As soon as he thought that, a sense of dread appeared in his gut and, acting on instinct, he turned around to see a gigantic tornado, a vortex of wind currents, coming straight at him. You have got to be kidding me, he muttered before getting swallowed by the catastrophe he used to call, the nature's rage. When he did, Gremmy's cold smile widened and he cracked a chilling grin. Within the twister, Ichigo's body was being violently smashed from side to side, hitting anything that stood in its way. Like a ragdoll in a crash test, he had no control over his limbs and was feeling sick. Crashing through a building that was in the cyclone's path, he quietly groaned. Ow, I'm so going to feel this tomorrow. Damn it, what to do? He was still not panicking, but wasn't also that far from it. His body was extremely durable and even getting bashed all around wasn't going to seriously harm him, but he also wasn't a masochist who enjoyed feeling pain. Gathering his Raryoku, he strained his muscles and, despite the strong wind, punched the air in front of him. Bala, an attack, overloaded with too much Raryoku, which he originally learned from his hollow part, exploded from his fist and Ichigo felt, for a short instant, his body slowing down. It'll work. He started to continuously punch the air and send Bala to counter the flow of the air spinning him within the tornado. In a few seconds' time, he found himself still and used the chance to explosively release his reiatsu on the surroundings, forcing the tornado to dissipate. When he did, he rose from the ground and looked at Gremmy, while massaging his fists, singed from the series of overloaded Bala. His nose and the corners of his mouth twitching in annoyance, Gremmy narrowed his eyes. Just die already. Dozens of machine guns appeared behind him, all of them aiming at Ichigo and all of them releasing the onslaught a moment later. Ichigo instantly raised his shield, one of the abilities of his Zanpakuto, and waited until the attack was over. The annoyance on his face growing more obvious, Gremmy's grin broke into a dangerous sneer as he summoned warhead missiles which immediately shot at Ichigo. The teen raised his Zanpakuto. Getsuga Tensho. The crescent blast collided with the missiles, causing them to explode in midair and forcing Gremmy to take cover. Stop struggling, Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm the strongest Quincy. After the defiant scream, a grid of lasers surrounded Ichigo, trying to cut him into pieces with their unpredictable movements. Sparing no moment, Ichigo let his Zanpakuto flames explode outwards and spun around, creating a spherical shield all around him. Every once in a few seconds, his blade shot out of it and destroyed the laser devices, one by one until none remained. When he stopped spinning, he noticed that Gremmy, standing in a distance, appeared to be breathing heavily. Now's my chance, he thought and flashed towards him. In a series of fast slashes, blood erupted from the Quincy once again, but this time, Ichigo didn't stop attacking him. He sliced and diced, cut and carved, relentlessly and without sign of stopping. In a desperate attempt to escape, Gremmy disappeared and reappeared in a distance, but Ichigo was instantly on his trail. Only when his eyes wandered to the surroundings, Ichigo momentarily stopped his brutal offensive. On a far side, he saw Ryu and Rukan stirring up. It was not much, but they definitely showed signs of life. They're not dead, that means. He looked back at Gremmy, who was, once again, healed but was panting heavily. That means I'm right about his power. Damn you, what kind of monster are you? Gremmy exclaimed. He seemed to be preparing for yet another attack, but now that Ichigo realized the truth, he decided it was time to finish this. He landed directly in front of Gremmy, only few steps away from him, and changed his Reiatsu output from being transcendent to regular. Then he increased it to the utmost limits, until the very air and matter around him began to creak and distort. From this close, the pressure floored Gremmy and caused him to fall on the ground, staring at Ichigo in disbelief. Monster. Ichigo took a step forward, causing Gremmy to stiffen, his grin long gone and replaced with a horrified expression. Go on, imagine my power, I dare you. That's all you can do. You just use your imagination to bring your thoughts into reality. But there is a limit. You imagined my friends to be dead, but you couldn't do that with me. Ichigo said, allowing Gremmy to see Ryu and Rukan slowly waking up in the distance. And once you stop focusing on your imagination, the effects disappear. Face it, strongest Quincy, you can't defeat me, Ichigo said in a hard tone. With one last attempt at defiance, Gremmy's face twisted itself into a terrifying grimace as he shakily stood up. No, I am the strongest. There is nothing I can't imagine. Even your POW. His scream was prematurely cut off when his body suddenly exploded into a shower of spiritual particles, causing a small jar with a brain in it to fall down on the ground. Before long, even the jar began to slowly disintegrate into oblivion as Ichigo stared at it with a sour face. You can imagine even my power. Not when you see me as an unimaginable monster. He turned away and began walking towards his friend. Call yourself strongest as much as you like, but it's pointless when you're too stupid to use that power. Royal Realm. So this is how it looks, his palace. Arriving at the platform that served as an entrance to the Royal Realm, Ivach's gaze at his surroundings lasted for several long minutes, prompting Hashwolf, his right hand, to voice his thoughts. I understand your feelings, your majesty. Ivach continued to stare at the 5 large discs, floating above them, not even a slight emotion crossing his features. Whatever are you talking about, Hashwolf? Looking at these rotten gravestones doesn't make me feel anything at all. For a second, Hashwolf appeared to be pondering about something, but then bowed slightly. I'm sorry. Ivach did not respond to that. He just took a step forward, and only after that, he directed his voice towards his subordinate. Let's go, Hashwolf. Yes, your majesty. A small gate rose from the air behind Hashwolf, allowing the passage for numerous regular soldiers. Advance, soldat. A large number of the Wandenreich military crossed through the gate and set their feet on the platform when it happened. The whole royal realm, the 5 floating cities, the Greater Soul King Palace, and the platform where Ivach, Hashwolf and the soldiers of Wandenreich stood, exploded in a violent explosion that blew the whole place into oblivion, sending a shockwave so powerful, the very foundations of reality vibrated. Soul Society, where Sarate used to be. Every single member of the Wandenreich, a field soldier or a Sternritter, stared at the sky high above them when the gargantuan detonation took place and lightened every corner of the Soul Society with its intensity. Oi, what is going on? Your Majesty. Soul Society, Rukongai. Well, there goes Plan A. Mayuri muttered with a disturbing grin. What now? Komamura asked from the ground, where he was sitting. In response, the captain of the 12th Division widened his grin. Now, we wait, Royal Realm. The large cloud of smoke from the colossal explosion slowly getting blown away by a light breeze revealed the very fabric of air crashing down on itself, creating an otherworldly experience, only if there was anyone to witness it. The whole destroyed version of the Royal Realm collapsed and, in its stead, another, completely intact version came to life with 5 figures watching it from afar. It was the Royal Guard, otherwise known as Zero Division, with all of its members present at the scene. They were patiently waiting for Ivach, as they knew that even an explosion of such caliber was certainly not enough to wipe out the man like him. Only thing they hoped for was that it could damage him, weaken him in some way. Simply said, they were hoping they could slow him down. It did not take long for the Quincy monarch to walk out of the smokescreen, and he did it along with his right hand, Hashwolf. Both of them were walking proudly, but it was more than obvious they were forced to withstand at least some part of the explosion as their clothes were singed and burned. That was a carefully laid trap. I commend you for your effort, but will you continue this charade and try to get in His Majesty's way? Hashwolf asked loudly. Ah, what are you talking about? We are the Zero Division. It is our job to stand in a way of anybody who would want to come after the Soul King. No matter who the enemy is. Of course we won't stand aside, idiot. Tenjiro, the man with the pompadour, exclaimed, the stick in his mouth dramatically reflecting the sunlight. In response to his words, the corners of Ivach's mouth twitched, creating a dangerous grin. And you think you have what it takes to stop me? Taking out a rowboat paddle from behind him, Tenjiro swung it down with great strength. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think we do. The end part of the paddle came undone, revealing a short blade with a curved tip, the man's zanpakuto, only to sheath to return back onto the sword with a click. Tenjiro grinned. However, our intent right now isn't fighting. Ichigo. The large man with a monk appearance who appeared to be standing next to him collapsed into a pile of clothing only to man to reply from behind Ivach, surprising Hashwolf, causing him to swear mentally. That was Senjumaru Shuotara's clone. Damn, I'm ready. Ichigo said and took out a large brush. He aimed it at the air around the two Quincy and bared his teeth. You won't be going anywhere for a while. Seal. Realizing his intentions, Hashwolf tried to stop the man from completing the action, but he was too late. A large, spherical blob of ink enveloped both him and Ivach, giving him no chance to retaliate. Before he was sealed, however, Ivach's grin only widened as he stared at Ichigo. You only prolong the inevitable, Ichigo Hyasube. I cannot be stopped. I will break free and then, not even you will be able to slow me down. The seal complete, Ivach's face disappeared behind the blanket of ink. His previous expression replaced with a serious gaze, Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Of course I know that. But that's how the Soul King needs it to be, he said and slowly sat down on the ground next to the blob with sealed Quincy Emperor inside. Folding his hands and legs, he shifted his body into a meditation pose. For a moment, he closed his eyes and inaudibly muttered few words, the eyeballs underneath his eyelids moving frantically. After a single minute, he opened his eyes and glanced at the other members of the Zero Division. Notify the Soul King that it is prepared. Also, give a word to Gote. Senjumaru, the woman with multiple artificial arms, stepped closer. What should I tell them? Ichigo closed his eyes once again. Tell them they have 8-9 days at best. Soul Society, Rukongai. The captains, at least those conscious, glanced at each other after the message from the royal realm had been relayed. The one happiest with it, Hana, turned to her vice-captain. Azane, gather the 4th Division. We have many patients to attend. She then looked at Yamamoto. With this, I am confident I can patch up most of our fighters in time. She said and hurried elsewhere. Watching her go, Shunsui leaned to the side, to get closer to the commander. What now, Yama-jii? Yamamoto did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned around to gaze upon the small area, in which all of the remaining force of the Gote 13, along with the entirety of Kido Corps, currently resided, after retreating from Sarate. I understand your sentiment, Captain Commander, but as the captain of the 2nd Division and, more importantly, Commander-in-Chief of the Onmitsukido, I cannot recommend taking immediate active retaliation. Sui Feng neutrally said from not afar. Yamamoto glanced at Mayuri, who shrugged. I think my data are encouraging. I could be finished in no time. I just need to visit the source, unseal him, and take the necessary action, and then, the Zanpakuto spirits should return back to where they belong. Even if that fails, I still have a backup plan and, although I myself would actually prefer that over the primary one, you ungrateful lot are too uncomfortable with the prospect, so that means I have to try him first. I estimate the time will be 3 days. He explained and put the map of Karakura town, with a certain area highlighted, back into his pocket. Yamamoto went deep into thoughts, but, eventually, he nodded to himself. I completely agree, Captain Sui Feng. Therefore, I order all you to heal from your wounds in 3 days' time. After that, while the enemy's forces are still confused and in disarray, we take back the Sarate with our full power. Chapter 24. The Last 9 Days, A Battle for Sarate. A bright flash of light, followed by an appearance of a large door, illuminated the small park within Karakura town and revealed 2 Shinigami walking out of it. The howry of the first one briefly fluttered in the cold night breeze that passed him by while the short skirt of the second one didn't even budge. I don't see it. Nemu, you foolish girl, don't tell me the coordinates you put in were wrong. The one in howry, a man with painted face, said in an irritated tone. Barely with any emotion, the other one, a young woman, simply pointed at a small island within a lake located ahead of them. Based on the data from Captain Commander, it is there, Mayuri-sama. HMPH. The man, captain of the 12th Division, grimaced and, without a reasonable reply, walked towards the lake and crossed it with a single leap of shunpo. He landed in front of a humongous tree and looked it over. When Nemu followed after him and landed next to him, Mayuri was already finishing his analysis. I see. He put out his hand and lightly tapped the surface of the tree trunk. As if made of a glass, the tree shattered into nothingness and revealed a dark coffin, bound from 4 directions into the ground beneath it. Interesting choice of seals and barriers. Mayuri muttered to himself and then closely examined the coffin. Without turning around, he called out to his vice-captain. Nemu, make the preparations. Yes, Mayuri-sama, should I unload everything? She asked emotionlessly. Her captain grinned widely. Yes, this is a rare chance for me to test many things. I want to have everything in place before I undo the seal on this pathetic fool. Nemu nodded and hurriedly began to unpack her belongings, a large suitcase full of otherworldly tools only the 2 of them could use. Meanwhile, Mayuri walked around the coffin suspended in the air all the while muttering to himself. It is ready, Mayuri-sama. Good. Mayuri replied and positioned himself directly in front of the coffin while Nemu raised a horrifyingly looking weapon from the ground and waited. The captain pointed both his hands at the bindings of the coffin and began chanting a long incantation. It didn't take long before the coffin glowed with bright white light and slowly dissolved into thin air, revealing a body of the imprisoned Shinigami, Koga Kuchiki. The man's eyes were closed and he appeared to be in a deep sleep. Now, Mayuri ordered and Nemu instantly pointed her weapon at Koga Kuchiki and, in a series of rapid flashes, shot several times, hitting the man each time. When everything, even the residual reishi from the seal, vanished from around Kuchiki Koga, the man opened his eyes and fell on the ground in a heap. His face was twisted in a shock and agony but no voice came out of his opened mouth. Grinning to himself, Mayuri walked to him and motioned Nemu to lift Kuchiki Koga's head so he could speak to him face to face. Kuchiki Koga, undoubtedly, you must be confused as hell right now, so I'll tell you what is going on. You've been injected with some of my drugs and, therefore, you can only listen to my voice. What I want from you is for you to call out your Zanpakuto and materialize it. Do you understand? Koga Kuchiki intensely glared at him and only with great trouble, he managed to move his lips and reply to Mayuri. Go to hell. Mayuri blankly blinked several times as if he didn't hear anything, but when it looked like the man wasn't going to continue talking, he sighed and shook his head. Every single time. Why don't they ever realize there's no point in showing a bravado when facing me? Nemu, you know what to do. His vice-captain silently reached into her pocket and took out a thick syringe. With a flick of her wrist, she plunged its needle into Koga's throat and pushed a vile-looking liquid into his bloodstream. It took only a few seconds before a loud and painful scream crawled out from Koga's mouth and filled the whole area with it. Mayuri, while looking at him, sighed again. Bunch of fools, all of them. Then his grin returned in full force and he sadistically looked at the screaming man. Then again, I don't completely hate fools who can offer me such a nice scream. Yes, Koga Kuchiki, we are going to have a good time and in the end, you will materialize your Zanpakuto, whether you like it or not. Several hours later, Soul Society. And since he wasn't willing to cooperate, I had to use a more violent approach. Soon after that, I discovered that the fool wasn't even able to communicate with his Zanpakuto. But, in the end, it didn't really matter. Despite not being able to communicate, the spirit was within his soul and, using some of my methods, I managed to forcibly bring it out. Once I did, I found out even the spirit was as unwilling to cooperate as its wielder, so speed it up, Captain Kuretsuchi, I implore you. Yamamoto begged tiredly as he listened to Captain Kuretsuchi, who had just returned from his trip to the world of the living. Dismayed, Mayuri grimaced and reached into his pocket. He brought out a small, translucent device, filled with something bright. I have it. Since it seems you don't want to hear the most important details, looking offended, Mayuri trailed off for a moment. Captain Kuretsuchi, please, Yamamoto sighed while rubbing his head. Just go stand there, I'll prepare it. Mayuri finally said and pointed at the small area where Nemu was standing. Will it really work? Toshiro asked tentatively. Along with the rest of the captains and all Shinigami who had lost their Zanpakuto spirits during the Quincy invasion, he walked to the designated place. TCH, are you questioning my genius? Mayuri asked. Just your sanity, Toshiro replied quietly so the captain of the 12th Division couldn't hear him. Some of the other captains standing next to him readily agreed with him by nodding their heads. When they all were where they were supposed to be, Nemu took a few steps back, took the device from Mayuri and put it in a large machine pointed towards the group of Shinigami. Now, for a miracle, Mayuri muttered and crouched down to press a small button. What miracle? You said it would work. Toshiro yelled indignantly and tried to move away before a flash of light enveloped him. Within the area previously known as Seraiti, now a headquarters of the Quincy Army, the soldiers ran from place to place, busy fulfilling the absolute orders from their monarch. Despite Ivach's absence, they all tried their best. Not one of them, not even the members of the Special Force, the Sternritter, noticed the minute amount of reishi particles that began to leak from the unique medallions strapped to their belts. They were too preoccupied with their orders. Each medallion contained one Zanpakuto spirit, stolen during the invasion, but now, unbeknownst to them, the spirit's essence slowly oozed out of them and made its escape. Although, there was one person who noticed it. He was the only Shinigami within the Quincy Army and his name was Aizen Sosuke. He noticed what was happening as soon as the security measures he put on his own special medallion, the medallion containing the spirit of the Captain Commander's Zanpakuto, alerted him of such a thing. There was not even a hint of surprise on his face when it happened. So they are retaliating. I wonder, will Kurosaki Ichigo come too? He muttered to himself with a smug grin. I have never felt an urge to fight somebody, but right now, I think I want a rematch, Kurosaki Ichigo. Muken. And based on everything you've told me so far, I think I can give you an easy explanation. They are all unconscious simply because their spiritual energy reserves are extremely depleted. Just give them enough time and they will sleep it off. Ichigo took the device from Ruken's hand and put it to his mouth. See, don't worry about anything, Karen, Yuzu. They will be all right. Just be there for them and no matter what, don't leave the shop. All right, he asked, forcing his voice not to shake. All right, I'm going to make them a nice tea because they will surely be thirsty once they wake up. Bye, Ichi-ni. Bye, Yuzu. Ichigo closed his eyes for a moment, glad his sisters were doing fine and no longer sounded anxious. He, along with Ryu and Ruken, had been repeatedly trying to call Urahara through his device, but it had taken them a long time before somebody had answered them. And, to Ichigo's shock, the ones to answer him were terrified voices of his two little sisters, Yuzu and Karen. They told him Isshin had brought them along to Urahara's shop and had hidden them there together with Jinta and Ururu. The four of them then had spent quite some time in the shop's underground area. There, they had been able to hear sounds of the battle Urahara and the others had had with the ancient. Only after a few hours of silence passed, the four younglings dared to go outside to see what had happened. They had found Urahara, Isshin, Tessai and three other people motionlessly lying on a devastated ground. The four of them bravely ignored the signs of the battle, the rubble and an occasional blood, and dragged all of them inside. Ichi-ni, can't you come home? A second voice, the voice that belonged to Karen, called out to him. I can't, Karen. Not yet, anyway, soon, he replied while clenching the fist in which he wasn't holding the device. Are you doing something dangerous, Ichi-ni? Hearing the voice of his sister, the barely noticeable hint of fear within it, Ichigo had to grit his teeth in order to fight the urge to punch something. Taking a breath, he forced a smile on his face. Nah, that'd be impossible, Karen. I am the danger, after all. Despite her obvious attempts to stop herself, Karen chuckled. You are such a dolt, Ichi-ni. Ah, Yuzu is calling for me. I have to go. Bye, Ichi-ni. Yeah, bye, Karen. He pushed the small button on the device to turn the communication canal off and handed it to Rukin. You okay? You have a scary expression, Ichigo. Ryu, sitting opposite of him, stated quietly. Ichigo shook his head and looked at the ground beneath him. I'm fine. Then he closed his eyes. Now even my sisters are worried. Once I get out of here, I'm going to end this whole farce, even if I'll have to do it all by myself. Soul Society. Staring at the Captain Commander with a deep scowl, Mayuri paced around. No, the method the Quincy used to steal Zanpakuto spirits was based on the ability of Koga Kuchiki's Zanpakuto, Muramasa. They even used the spirit itself as a medium. Naively, they thought simply eradicating the materialized spirit was enough to completely destroy it. They underestimated us, Shinigami. I used that knowledge and did a simple reverse engineering of their method. And as you can see, it clearly worked. The only reason why your Zanpakuto didn't return, Captain Commander, is because of the one who stole it. That is the only plausible explanation. He must have created some countermeasures. Yamamoto glanced at his Zanpakuto and growled. Aizen Sosuke. Indeed. Mayuri agreed. Standing next to him, Sui Feng spoke up. We should look on the bright side. The Quincy doesn't seem to realize we have our Zanpakuto back. My men report that there is no increased activity within their headquarters whatsoever. Maybe they don't and maybe they do. I don't think we can be sure about it. On the other hand, I think it is safe to say Aizen knows. There is no way he wouldn't notice something like this. Shunsui quietly joined the conversation. Oh, you can bet your ass he noticed. Shinji scoffed. Yeah, he knows. Jin agreed. So there is a possibility he notified the Quincy. Toshiro stated and turned to Mayuri when he heard the man scoff. That man is an egoist and a narcissist. I doubt he would do that. He works only for himself. Furthermore, even if Quincy know, you all should be able to fight them with your full power. I equipped all of you with a countermeasure against their method of stealing the Zanpakuto. However, use it only as a last resort. It will render you extremely exhausted, to the point of being useless in the battle. He explained. All captains then looked at the Captain Commander, expecting his orders. For a brief moment, Yamamoto met their gazes with a silence as he thought about the situation. Then he tapped the ground with his cane. At sunrise, we attack. Following day, everyone is in position, Captain Commander. Good. Commence attack. Through 4 different gates, 4 waves of Shinigami forces poured forward with the intent of reclaiming their city. A chaos began anew. After separating himself from the others, Mayuri found himself unable to continue marching towards the location where his laboratory previously stood as there was an odd-looking Quincy standing in his way. Truly, a scientist like me shouldn't be fighting on front lines. Mayuri noted disinterestedly and tried to take another route to his desired location, but the Quincy instantly moved to block him. Mayuri sighed and looked at his opponent. I studied Quincy for a long time using many subjects. I have no interest in your people anymore, so move out of the way. Negative. You are Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division, correct? The tall individual with a helm on his head asked in an emotionless voice. Tilting his head, Mayuri blinked at him. You sound just like Nemu. I don't see the point of answering you, Quincy. Now, out of my way, he said calmly. Negative. Under the orders of His Majesty, you will be hereby executed for your crimes against the Quincy and against humanity in general. Mayuri blinked again and then laughed wickedly. Crimes. I think the word you wanted to use was, experiments. Say, Quincy, seeing as you are refusing to cooperate, do you want to become one of those experiments? I've seen most likely everything I could from your people, but maybe, just maybe, you can surprise me. The Quincy didn't move, only 2 small orbs of light glowed from within his helmet. Negative. My name is BG9 and the epithet I was given by His Majesty is K, which I will now use to exterminate you, Kuretsuchi Mayuri. He said. Only after that, in a swift movement, he raised one of his hands and pointed something at Mayuri. When the coat covering it slipped away, it revealed a 10-barreled minigun which was already spinning fast, releasing a barrage of reishi bullets on the surprised captain. He had no time to react and his body was assaulted multiple times. Sent flying backwards, Mayuri slammed against a concrete wall. But then his body popped like a balloon, leaving no trace of it behind. This is an invention similar to Urahara's Kazuki portable Digai. Obviously, mine is superior in every way, Mayuri said from behind BG9. Fluidly, he plucked the syringe needle from BG9's neck and grinned widely. He took a step backwards and hid the syringe back into one of his many pockets. Now, BG9 was it. You should feel your breath getting slower, erratic, but don't worry. The drug I just administered isn't really lethal. That is impossible. Mayuri's grin widened even further. Anything's possible. Negative. My breath cannot get slower as I have never breathed in the first place. BG9 stated and slowly turned around, to face the surprised captain. Oh, however, this drug you have put in me will become a useful data for us. BG9 said and threw away his cloak to show what was hidden underneath it. He wore armor plating on his shoulders, upper back and torso, forearms and hips, and a second later all of them opened to reveal several stud-like devices. Without any delay, the Quincy fired all these devices like missiles. It took them only a moment to cross the distance between BG9 and Mayuri, but before they could hit the scientist and blow him into bits and pieces, 4 figures landed in front of him. They took the missiles head-on, which resulted in a massive explosion. Still standing at his original position, Mayuri sighed in disappointment. Bunch of fools, you are late. The smoke from the explosion took some time to dissipate, but when it did, it revealed 4 faces covered with stitches. 4 faces that were grimacing in disgust. Hey, I didn't come here to be a shield. I just wanted to see that 4-eyed Quincy. This is not him. That is right. Where is Nino? I was told I could see the orange-haired Nino again. All of you are so ugly. Especially that guy who just shot us. You're all so annoying. Will you stop blabbering? Another explosion enveloped the 4 Arancars, Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio, Chiruchi Sanderwichi, Lupi Antenor, and Charlotte Schulhorn when an irate Mayuri pressed a trigger on a small device. Gya, staring at the scene unfolding in front of him, BG9 didn't even twitch in surprise. That is an unexpected development. He commented quietly. The armor plating he was wearing closed and he formed the minigun out of the pure reishi once again. Noticing it from behind the screaming quartet, Mayuri lifted his finger from the device in his hand. Arancars, do your job. He ordered. Why should we? Now, Mayuri said while lightly tapping the trigger of his device, causing the 4 Arancars to stiffen. When the minigun in BG9's hands began to roll, they all jumped towards the Quincy. Engaging him in close combat, they quickly forced him to abandon the minigun. Show us what you got, Nino. Dordoni exclaimed and spun around in midair to deliver a devastating kick. BG9 reacted swiftly and easily evaded it. Trying to counterattack the Arancar, numerous tendrils emerged from the center of his chest and launched themselves at Dordoni. Oh, now that is simply disgusting, even more than that. Infinite slick. I did not want to remember that. Chiruchi yelled in disgust and used her whip-like Zanpakuto to slice a portion of the tendrils, preventing them from touching Dordoni in the process. Beautiful Charlotte Schulhorn's miracle sweet ultra-funky fantastic dramatic romantic sadistic erotic exotic athletic guillotine attack. Charlotte rolled towards BG9 from above him and sent a downward slash at him which promptly sent him spiraling to the ground. Yes, those things were so ugly I couldn't contain myself. Charlotte said in disgust. After crashing down into the ground, BG9 was covered in a cloud of dust, but it quickly vanished when he began to shoot a shower of reishi projectiles. He barely appeared to be damaged, only the helmet, which absorbed Charlotte's strike, was a bit deformed while also missing a small piece at its top. Analysis complete. Primary priority changed to exterminate Dordoni Alessandro del Socaccio, Chiruchi Sanderwichi, Lupi Antenor, and Charlotte Schulhorn. BG9 said mechanically and continued to shoot from his minigun, continuously destroying his surroundings. The 3 Arancars were busy evading the bullets, but, eventually, they succumbed to the unreal amount of them and were sent flying after each of them got hit. Reiatsu output decreased, but they are still alive. BG9 observed and attempted to flash towards them but found himself unable to do so. Glancing down, he noticed an enormous tentacle strangling his waist. You missed one, Lupi said from behind him, and used the 7 other tentacles protruding from his back to rapidly attack BG9 from every side. Out of the way, Niño. After the onslaught of tentacles died down, Dordoni, already in his resurrección, exclaimed as he neared the place where BG9 was located. Lupi quickly released the hold on the Quincy and allowed Dordoni to deliver a wind-powered kick that sent BG9 skidding backwards. Beautiful Charlotte Schulhorn's final holy wonderful pretty super magnum sexy glamorous Sero. An extremely wide, violet Sero hit and, subsequently, blew up the building into which BG9 crashed. Such an overkill for such an ugly opponent, he said and faked a sad expression. External damage increased to 25%. Preparing countermeasures. An emotionless voice came out of the destroyed building. He's still alive, Chiruchi asked in disbelief after she landed next to the other Arancars. Affirmative, BG9 stated once he walked out of the smokescreen created by the previous explosion. He was visibly damaged all over his body and parts of his armor plating were cracked along with his helmet, which was now missing an even bigger piece. Not for long, though, Mayuri said, suddenly appearing behind him. Before the Quincy could react, the scientist plunged another syringe into his neck. I told you once already, Kuritsuchi Mayuri. Drugs do not work on. BG9 was interrupted when half of his body suddenly went still and the other half began to shake uncontrollably. Oh, but I caught that, Mayuri said in a bored voice. He threw the syringe away and when a bit of smoke began to rise from the Quincy's head, he grinned evilly. I did not inject you with any drug. I am quite a smart person, if I say so myself, and so I noticed all those little things about you, Quincy. If I had to guess, I'd say that epithet of yours, K, stand for Kyborg, which means you are some kind of artificial, mechanic humanoid. Basically, a robot, so I did quite a simple thing and injected you with a compressed Hado number 63, Reikoho, what is literally an energy transformed into electricity. The liquid form of this Hado spell is now flowing within your system and will continue damaging all your circuits until it fries them all. In short terms, you are going to die. The captain of the 12th Division explained slowly, enjoying every single word. BG9 beeped a few times before he went completely still. His body doubled over and hit the ground like a heavy sack of potatoes. Only then Mayuri turned around to the Arancars with his grin still present on his face. The Arancars gulped. I told you he is crazy, Lupi whispered, receiving an electric shock from the scientist who heard the remark. Now, I believe I was on my way to where my laboratory used to be. Mayuri took a few steps forward only to stop and trail off when a substantial amount of Reiatsu shot from behind him and created a large column of energy. He hastily turned around to see it taking form of a humongous cross. From within it, BG9 walked out, a halo briefly visible above his head. Kuritsuchi Mayuri, my name is BG10 and the epithet I was given by His Majesty is K, which I will now use to exterminate you. Feeling a small bead of sweat forming on his forehead and then trickling down his brow, Mayuri couldn't help himself but to keep the grin on his face going. How interesting, the sound of somebody landing in her vicinity prompted the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, to rise from her crouching position and to look at the newcomer. It was a muscular man with light, shoulder-length hair, wearing a winged helmet and a white cape fastened at the front with 3-button and with a black, 6-pronged cross on the side. Just one glance was enough for Unohana to know that the man was an enemy that wouldn't let her or the rest of her division go, even though they were just simple medics and it was an unwritten rule not to attack such people during the war. With the expression calmer than a god could have, she took a step towards the man. It is regrettable that the Quincy army would attack even the medical division, Quincy-san, she said. In response, the man grabbed the hem of his cape and aggressively took it off. The only thing regrettable is you not fighting on the front lines, Unohana Yakiru. I came here because the Dayton you showed me you were the one who could give me the best fight. My name is Gerard Valkyrie, a Sternritter in the service of His Majesty. Gerard exclaimed and let a large, circular shield that had been hidden under his cloak fall down on the ground. At the same time, he pulled out a black, double-edged sword from the sheath within it. When he prepared himself to dash to Unohana, the captain glanced behind her, at her vice-captain, and smiled to ease the worry on the girl's face. "Azane, please take care of our division. It seems I have no choice but to fight this gentleman, and I don't want my men to see my dark side. Now, throw me my sword." Azane gulped and tried to protest, but, seeing the man moving towards them, she yielded and with a sad smile threw her the sword she had been carrying for her captain for decades. "Yes, Captain Unohana, please come back," she said. Not waiting for a response, she picked up the Shinigami she had been treating and ran towards the rest of her division with the intent of leading them away. Watching her vice-captain leaving her, Unohana smiled gently once more. But this smile lasted only for a split second until she caught her sword. Spinning around to intercept the slash from her Quincy opponent, her expression changed drastically and she let her bloodthirsty nature take over. "Oh, that is a very nice expression," Gerard exclaimed when Unohana easily blocked his sword and effortlessly pushed him backwards. "You should concentrate, Quincy-san, else you won't get the chance to enjoy the fight you've been looking for so much," she replied and instantly followed her opponent. He barely raised his sword to stop her slash only to see Unohana kicking herself from the ground and slashing him again from above him. Blood spurted from a deep gash between his neck and his shoulder and sent him stumbling forward. "Don't disappoint me now, Quincy-san," Unohana said. After landing, she spun around and a lone dagger appeared in her free hand that she proceeded to plunge into the skull of her opponent from behind. With a sickening squelch, the dagger penetrated both the helmet and the bone and embedded itself into the man's brain, causing him to topple over. He was dead before his body hit the ground. Staring at the corpse in dissatisfaction, Unohana sighed, licked her bloody hand and turned around to leave when her instinct stopped her. She glanced once again at the Quincy to see him leaping to the air as if nothing happened. Narrowing her eyes, she tried to understand what was going on. If it wasn't for the ability I had been given I would be really dead. The Daiden truly was right, you are a beast, Unohana Yakiru. Gerard said and tilted his head to crack the joints in his neck. Keeping his eyes at Unohana, he cautiously walked to the shield he had dropped before and picked it up. "The epithet His Majesty has given me is, the miracle. Now, let's do this again, Unohana Yakiru." Unohana stared at him for a moment. "Yes, it truly is a miracle you are alive, Quincy-san," she muttered and flashed towards him. With her Zanpakuto in one hand and a dagger in the other hand, Unohana began to dance a deadly waltz of thousand blades, her strikes coming from all directions, all of them precise and incredibly deadly. Even with his shield, the Quincy had immense troubles blocking innumerable attacks that seemed completely omnidirectional. It took only a few seconds for his shield to become dented and scratched, the onslaught from the strongest healer in Gote 13 proving too much for him to handle. Yet, despite all that, Gerard Valkyrie still remained alive. While she was feeling elation she hadn't felt for a long time, and while her smile was getting wider and more sinister, Unohana couldn't help but to try and think rationally. Fight was all she ever yearned for, crossing blades was her infatuation, but she was aware this was a war and she couldn't allow herself to get drowned in the pleasure of the combat. She had to finish this as soon as possible. Because of that, while exchanging blows with the Quincy, she began to observe her opponent, analyze his fighting patterns and notice every small detail she could. Every single time I strike him with a mortal wound, this man just bounces back to life. What is his trick? He said his special ability is hidden behind the epithet, the miracle, but how? I tried his brain, his heart, his jugular, his liver and his spine, his femoral artery, but nothing. All of those injuries should have killed him, yet he continues to live. She thought during the whole fight. I must thank the heavens for allowing me to battle such an amazing opponent. Their blessing, their miracles are granting me more and more enjoyment. It is incredible. Gerard laughed in a satisfied tone. For a brief moment, he was enveloped in a column of energy which forced Unohana to take a break from her aggression. When the energy dispersed, the man emerged from it with a halo floating above his head and a pair of white, feathery reishi wings protruding from his back. Quincy. Volstandig. This should prolong the thrill, he boasted and brought down with sword at Unohana, who narrowed her eyes and swiftly moved out of the way. The sword is nothing but air, but the pressure from the swing created a small gale that blew away any debris in its path. He is stronger and faster than before. Hana thought and wordlessly released her Zanpakuto. She didn't really need any special ability from it, but the slight increase in her Reiatsu output was welcomed. Once again, the two combatants clashed. Hana, using the centuries of experience, expertly maneuvered herself around the blows and slashes in order not to get caught in the small gales created whenever her opponent brought his sword down with too much force. When she saw the opportunity to strike, Hana jabbed forward and sunk her blade within the man's abdomen, in the spot where his stomach was located, and twisted the sword around in order to completely destroy the organ. After she yanked her blade out, the Quincy took a few steps back. Blood and stomach acid gushed out of his wound, but before he could fall down dead, a bright light enveloped his body. A second later, he was already in mid-swing, completely healed. Hana was at loss for words. She deftly redirected the blow and just stared at the man. The elation she had felt at the beginning of the fight was slowly dying. She liked to fight, but the possibility of dying, the prospect of death, was one of the things that made combat so enjoyable. Noticing her expression, Gerard Valkyrie laughed boisterously. "Ha ha, we can do this forever, Hana Yakiru. No matter what new you try, the heavens, miracles will save me." The fight continued, but neither side gained any real advantage. Hana was faster, stronger and better in every aspect of the battle, but it was all pointless when her opponent refused to die no matter what new way of killing him she tried. With a sour face, she slashed at his shield and pushed him backwards. She was getting bored and irritated. She wished to fight this particular enemy no longer. In a rare display on annoyance, she used the man's outstretched arm as a step of a ladder to jump over him and plunge the dagger in his head from behind once again. Preparing herself to meet his blade, Hana watched in confusion when her opponent suddenly stopped moving and fell on the ground. Remaining cautious, she waited for several seconds, but when nothing happened even after a full minute, she lowered her Zanpakuto. What just happened? She asked herself. It took another 5 minutes of watching the blood flow out of Gerard Valkyrie's head to convince her the man truly was dead. Only after she sheathed her sword, she understood. No matter what new you try, the heavens, miracles will save me. Does that mean all I had to do was to try and kill him with the same method and in the same place twice in a fight? I knew you'd come and find me, Shinigami. A voice of a Quincy who wore his hair in a long mohawk reverberated through the area as he stared at Renji from atop a building. The man was called Bazb, and he was the man who had killed Byakuya. For that reason, with a glare as intense as Bazb's flames, Renji gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto so tightly that his fingers turned white from the lack of blood flowing through them. "I came to avenge my captain," he said. In response, Bazb jumped down from the building and met Renji face to face. "That is quite a noble reason, Shinigami. Truthfully, the last time we clashed you gave me more trouble than your captain did, but do you honestly think you can take me on alone?" Bazb asked with a wide grin. "He is not alone." A voice of a female came from behind the Quincy, who raised one of his eyebrows and glanced at the newcomer. Briefly looking her over, he looked at Renji with an unspoken question in his eyes. "This is Kuchiki Rukia, sister of the captain you have killed." "Oh, so, double revenge. Honestly, I don't care. I just hope you'll last long enough," Bazb stated and threw down his coat. "We'll see about that. Bankai, Su Zabumaru, dance, Sota no Shirayuki." Feeling the raw spiritual energy pressing on him from both sides, Bazb's grin grew wider and he nodded to himself in satisfaction before clapping his hands together. "Nice Reiatsu, but we should start, don't you think?" Burning clap. Walking from behind his hiding spot, a Quincy with unusual teeth, which alternated between white and black, called out to the captain of the 13th Division as the man cautiously examined his surroundings. "Jashiro Yukitaki, the captain of the 13th Division, right?" Yukitaki immediately raised his head and turned slightly to the right, to look directly at the Quincy. With his Zanpakuto already in his hand, he narrowed his eyes. "Yes, that is me. Are you here to fight me, Quincy-san?" "Yeah, my name is Nana Najakup. I heard about you from Lavar, and just so you know, you don't have to be polite, Captain." "Not to me, at least," Nana said leisurely. He leaned to the side and propped himself against a wall, causing Yukitake to hum quietly. I see. Well, being polite is simply in my bones, so I'm afraid I can't do that, Quincy-san. Nana just waved his hand at him. No problem, man. You won't even have time to be polite, though. 'Cause in 5 minutes' time, you're gonna be dead anyway. Narrowing his eyes again, Yukitake shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. We won't know until we fight, Quincy-san. True that. Nana agreed and pushed himself from the wall. In a surprisingly nimble movement, he disappeared from the view only to reappear above the captain with a highlight file forming above his arm. In that case, you should release your Zanpakuto, Captain. He exclaimed and released the reishi arrow straight at Yukitake's head with an intent to kill him in one strike. To his surprise, Yukitake easily leaned to the side, causing the projectile to harmlessly fly past him and hit the ground. Maybe I will, Quincy-san. For now, I don't see the reason, he said. Still in air, Nana grinned. Polite yet subtly insulting. I already understand at least one thing about you, Captain. You are going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, I hear you. Shinigami somehow claimed their Zanpakuto back and are now somehow immune to our medallions. Well, aren't they just a bunch of freaking convenient geniuses? Over. Yoruichi watched the female Quincy, a young woman with long green hair in a double-breasted jacket kept tied up above her belly button, angrily shout into the communicator hanging from her ear and then throwing it on the ground. So they know. Somebody must have already used his Zanpakuto. Yoruichi thought and quietly made her way around the Quincy. Keeping her Reiatsu as low as she could, she positioned herself behind a short wall and prepared to launch herself at the woman. When the Quincy lowered herself to pick up the communicator she just threw on the ground, Yoruichi acted. In a fast shunpo, she closed the distance between them and aimed to decapitate her opponent in a single attack, but she was unable to completely cut through the skin on the woman's neck and only succeeded in blasting her forward, face first into a building in front of her. The resulting crash sent debris flying everywhere. Damn it, the fuck was that for? The woman with green hair yelled after she jumped out of the rubble. There was blood flowing from the injury on her neck, but she appeared to be too angry to notice it. When she saw Yoruichi, she growled angrily. Look at this. How long do you think I have to get up every day to make sure my hair is perfect, Yoruichi opened her mouth to retort, but the woman was faster. Ah, fuck that. I know who you are, Shinigami. My name is Candace Catnip and I will fry you alive. The Quincy exclaimed and cocked back her fist only to release a powerful lightning bolt straight at Yoruichi. Jumping backwards, the former captain of the 2nd Division spun in the air and wordlessly activated her Zanpakuto. A fellow lightning user, huh? Looks like I have to take this seriously. Flash, Raijin, just as Yoruichi, just as Unohana and just as Mayuri, the whole of Gote 13 inadvertently but inevitably clashed with the Quincy army within the area once known as Seraiti, the Court of Pure Souls. They had no other choice. To reclaim their most important land, an all-out attack was needed. It didn't matter whether it was just a grunt, an unseated officer or the uppermost echelon of the Shinigami military, because all of them were afraid equally. Afraid of dying, be it pointlessly or painfully. Afraid of never returning to their loved ones. Afraid of getting their pride trampled. Afraid of seeing their comrade dying in front of their eyes. Afraid of their own fear. Afraid of their own cowardice, innocently whispering to their ears to run away and never turn back. Afraid that the sweat running down their arms will cause them to drop their Zanpakuto in the worst possible moment. Afraid the frantic beating of their hearts will give their positions away before they could even avenge their friends. Afraid their legs and knees will buckle under the mental or physical strain they had to endure. This was not like the regular day in their job. Slaying hollows, protecting innocent souls and sending them to the afterworld with a simple tap of their Zanpakuto had been something completely different. This was a war, and the Quincy were their opponents. The kind of opponents who could erase every trace of a soul, taking any chance of reincarnation away from it. But despite that, none of them tried to run away and instead advanced deeper and deeper into the enemy territory. The stinger of a hornet stabbed continuously while dodging the bullets of the god's walk. The god-killing spear with eyes of a snake furiously hacked and slashed at the innocent galvanizer. Trying to orientate within the inverted world was the constructor of dimensional portals. Never stopping, the heavenly retribution pursued the man with an iron skin. A Haori with a flowery design fluttered violently while dodging reishi bombs that were exploding everywhere. The undead met his opponent within a frail-looking form of a zombie. Freezing the world around him, the ice dragon slowed down every bullet flying at him along the X-axis. With every strike, the iron fist blew away any wind restricting or slowing him down, and not even the primal fear stood a chance when facing the millennia of experience. It was a never-ending battle that lasted for seconds, minutes and hours. Eventually, though, there had to be a victor. And there was more than just one factor that was going to influence the outcome of the battle and determine such a thing. Royal Realm. Only one person in the Royal Realm was staying still. It was a bald man with a set of red prayer beads around his neck, a man who was seated in front of a spherical blob of ink, and a man who had his eyes closed and his hands clasped together. Ichigo Hayasu, the leader of the Zero Division, had been keeping the seal imprisoning the Quincy monarch active for 5 days already, and it was beginning to show not only on his stiff pose but also on his face, covered with small beads of sweat. The other 4 members of the Zero Division had noticed it an hour ago but said nothing. They all knew the importance of what the man was currently doing and knew the amount of concentration it took for him to do it. Therefore, instead of worrying about him, they kept a sharp eye on their surroundings to ensure the complete safety of their leader. Further along the path, within the floating cylindrical structure known as the Greater Soul King Palace, its only resident was trying to breathe deeply. Enveloped in bright light, trapped within a large crystal, the Soul King had his hands raised and outstretched to the sides. There was an invisible, flexible thread of energy protruding from his chest. It floated within the room, stretched across the whole building and reaching even further. Every once in a while, the Soul King, the most important being in the universe, moved his facial muscles to form an expression of a certain emotion. It was an emotion which, more than 1,000 years ago, had been so foreign to him, but also an emotion which, now after all this time, was so familiar to him. Pain. Every once in a while, his face twisted itself into a grimace of pain. An expression of a suffering, but also an expression of an elevation. The Soul King didn't shy away from this emotion. He welcomed it with opened arms and accepted it without anger. He needed this pain as it was a different kind of pain he had felt for the last 1,000 years. This was the final pain of a man seeking the end but willing to do anything and sacrifice everything so a new beginning could form from the oblivion. A man that would drag even his own brother down with him so that a new world could be born. A world without him, a world without his brother, and a world without pain. Karakura Town, Urahara's shop. With a quiet groan, the owner of the small shop located at the edge of the town slowly opened his eyes only to come face to face with a worried face of a young girl. Oh, Urahara-san, how are you feeling? The brilliant scientist had to blink twice to clear his hazy mind. In a rapid succession, the events of the battle with the ancient quickly fell into their place within his mind in a form of memories. With another blink, he restarted his own brain. Kurosaki-san, I'm fine, thank you, he said and pushed himself into a sitting pose. Gratefully, he accepted a glass of a tea and took a large gulp to get rid of the desert within his throat. The others are still sleeping, but I think I saw Dad tossing around. Yuzu said with a smile and took the glass from Urahara when he was finished drinking. Briefly, he glanced at his right to see Isshin, Tessai, Love, Hiyori and Lisa, all of them tucked under separate blankets, lying next to him. When Yuzu returned, Urahara looked at her again. She wasn't alone, as her sister, Karen, along with Jinta and Ururu, came with her. Urahara quickly raised his hand. Whatever you want to say or ask, it has to wait. I'm extremely thankful to you for taking care of us, but I need to find something, he said and tried to stand up only for Karen to crouch next to him. If you want to talk with Ichini, then here, take this, she said and handed the scientist the small device. He took it with a smile. Smart girl. Then he froze. He glanced between the kids and the device. How long was I out? 5 days. Without any warning, the scientist shot out of the futon and ran across the whole shop, causing the kids to jump in surprise. Rummaging through the things on his desk, Urahara hastily turned on all of his computers as well as the device in his hand. Waiting for a few seconds, he took a good look at the blinking screen of his computer. This is bad. This is definitely bad. Kurosaki-san. Kurosaki-san, do you hear me? He exclaimed into the device in his hand. Urahara-san. Damn, am I glad to hear you. Urahara sighed in relief, but the feeling was fleeting and lasted only for a split second. Kurosaki-san, is Ishida-san and Ishida-san with you? Yeah, both of them are here. We're all fine. He stole another glance at the computer screen to read the rest of the message that was there. Kurosaki-san, I want you to listen to me. I'm going to tell you, step by step, how you can get out of there as fast as possible. You are needed elsewhere. Ichigo must have heard the hint of urge in the scientist's voice, because he replied instantly and in a serious tone. I'm listening. Chapter 25, Clash of Titans Battle for Seraiti 2. With a furrowed brow, Ichigo intently listened to the voice of a certain scientist. The words flowed out of the device in a constant stream. The man was trying to explain him how to get out of the place the teen was currently trapped in. But the more he listened, the bigger his frown got. Just a second, Urahara-san. I think Ryu and Ruken-san should be the ones listening to you. I hate to admit it, but I'm not calm enough to simply sit here and follow all of your technical mumbo-jumbo to the letter. He stated all of a sudden, causing the voice on the other side of the communication device to abruptly die down. However, the silence that followed was only brief. I see. Yes, I'm not really surprised. Okay then, Kurosaki-san, give the device to Ishida-san. If the situation wasn't so serious, Ichigo would have snorted at that. But the time was precious, and so he simply turned to Ryu and his father and stuck out his hand in which he was holding the device. Take it. Without missing a beat, Ruken snatched it and put it next to his ear. Once he heard Urahara's voice, the man's expression turned sour. Despite that, he quickly began to nod to himself. What's going on? Ryu asked. The teen glanced at him and showed him his frown. Urahara-san is going to get us out of here. I see. The lack of reaction in his friend's voice caused Ichigo to raise one of his eyebrows, but, looking at Ryu closer, he noticed a few things that stood out. Uryu's jaw muscles seemed to be pulsing as if he was constantly clenching his jaw, and the fingers of his hands were nervously tapping the ground. For a second, Ichigo went silent. Then he formed a teasing smile. Since Ruken-san is the one talking to him now, I'm sure we'll be out in no time. He said. Ryu briefly looked at him and released an annoyed snort. Bite me, Ichigo. Though the words were harsh, Ichigo felt no ill intent in them. It even looked like the Quincy formed a tiny smile of his own. Ichigo snorted too. Sorry, you're not my type. The two of them exchanged a glance and then they both chuckled. After that, the only sound in the area was Ruken's voice. Every time he nodded to himself, the man uttered a few words into the device's microphone and then waited for a response. This way time moved at a snail's pace, constricting everybody with its heavy pressure that felt just like a reiatsu, alive and suffocating. Ichigo tried to use it to calm himself down. Ever since he had heard Urahara's voice coming from the communicator, his heart had been beating too quickly. He knew it was just the adrenaline. Finally, after several long days, something seemed to be happening and his body reacted to it instantly. He was aware of it. That was, after all, the reason he gave the communicator to Ruken. However, he was also aware he had to somehow calm his nerves, his raging emotions, down. Going into a fierce battle hot-headed wasn't always the brightest idea. And the battle he was planning to plunge into was not something he could underestimate. Forget battle. This is war, he thought, and pressed his left palm onto his cheek in an attempt to stop a tic that suddenly developed in his facial muscles. Okay, I think I understood all of it. Ichigo's head snapped up when he heard that. It seemed Urahara was finally done giving instructions. He pushed himself off the ground and, along with Ryu, stood up. Is there anything else, or can I finally turn you off? Oh, fine. Ruken lowered the hand in which he was holding the device and pressed a single button. Then he passed the device to Ichigo. Take it. It seems there are things you should hear before we leave. In the meantime, I'll work over there on a temporal gateway. Ichigo took the device and felt worry slowly creeping into his soul. In the next moment, he heard Urahara's voice that did little to nothing to erase those worries. Kurosaki-san, I asked Ishida-san to turn on the speaker so both you and young Ishida-san could hear me. Now, there are a few things you should be prepared for before going to the Soul Society. Things like, Ichigo asked in a strained tone. Urahara's words sounded too ominous for his liking. He and Ryu had to wait for a moment before the scientist began speaking again. Let's go from the beginning. I don't know how much you have been able to deduct, but Uwatch and his forces have invaded the Soul Society. Absent-mindedly, Ichigo nodded to himself. Yeah, we know that. Good. While I was talking with Ishida-san, I managed to contact the Gote, but the news are sparse. Apparently, they have abandoned the Seraiti area and are now hiding in Rukongai, trying to use guerrilla tactics as much as they can. When Urahara said that, Ichigo couldn't help but to frown. They abandoned what happened? It seems the Royal Guard contacted them with some sort of a plan. The Royal Guard, are currently keeping Uwatch sealed and unable to act, but, based on what I got from Yoruichi-san, they won't be able to do that for much longer. The Gote tried to reclaim the area, but even without Uwatch commanding them, the Quincy army is too strong. They managed to take out several main fighters, but right now, it appears to be a stalemate. As he listened to that, Ichigo's frown deepened. The losses. Urahara went silent for a moment. Some captains and vice-captains are in critical condition, but none of them died so far. The Gote lost several high-seated officers, dozens of other seated officers and about 300 of other Shinigami. He said shortly. Ichigo released a breath he didn't even know he was holding in. It came out as a deep sigh of relief. Even through the communicator, Urahara caught that. Yes, thanks to captains and vice-captains being able to use the full power of their Zanpakuto again, the losses are kept as low as possible. However, it is still not good. Since the war began, the Gote has lost practically half of its forces. They can use their Zanpakuto again. Ichigo tried to ignore the grim part and, instead, focused on the good news. Yes, although, there is still one person unable to do so. The Captain Commander, Urahara stated, and, judging by his tone, Ichigo could almost picture the man's unsettled gaze. I had a feeling it would be him. If the old man had his Zanpakuto, he would end the Quincy forces by himself. Indeed, and Uwatch is aware of that. That is why he entrusted the task of keeping the Ryujin Jaka within one of his medallions to the most entitled person he could. Aizen Sosuke. As soon as he heard that, Ichigo took a double take and blinked in surprise. He's there. In Soul Society, most likely. Ichigo cursed quietly. No wonder they can't defeat Uwatch's army. If Aizen is there and is using Kyoka Suigetsu, then nobody from the Gote can do anything against him. Yes, that is why you're needed there. Urahara stated firmly, causing Ichigo to clench his jaw and to nod to himself. In that moment, Ruken's voice reached his ears. I'm done. Tell Urahara Kazuki to do his thing so we can get out of here as fast as possible. Ichigo raised his head to glance at the man and then he looked back at the device in his hand. Urahara-san, yes, I'll just plug some cables and you'll be ready to go. 1 hour later, in front of Urahara's shop. As soon as he stepped outside the dimensional gateway, Ichigo came face to face with his father. Standing next to him, Urahara and Tessai both looked ready to leave for the Soul Society. You guys seem almost eager to leave. The teen muttered and stepped aside, to allow Ryu and Ruken to exit the gateway too. The one who reacted to his words was Isshin. It's not that, I just thought it would be best if Yuzu and Karen didn't see you right now. We really need to hurry. Everything is in place. I was given a permission to open an official Senkaimon so we don't have to use my old creation. We were just waiting for you three. Urahara added from the side. Ichigo nodded in response, but then, to the surprise of everybody, he chuckled. Sorry, it's just that before I went with Ryu to hell I said I was confident that the Gote could take care of things by themselves. He said remorsefully, turning his chuckle into a sigh midway. Not your fault, Ichigo. Uwatch is more resourceful than we have anticipated. Isshin said. He put a hand on the teen's shoulder and lightly squeezed it. Looking at the two of them, Urahara then turned to the two members of the Ishida family. Are you going with us, Ishida-san and Ishida-san? Confronted with a direct question like that, Ryu almost subconsciously glanced at his father. Before the man could reply for both of them, Ryu nodded. Yes, I don't think we really have a choice. I don't care for Shinigami, but Well, I don't think I would be able to continue living peacefully if you watch one. Rukan added after a moment. Urahara formed a small smile. He opened his mouth to express his gratitude to the man, but a voice of a certain orange-haired teen prevented him from doing so. Urahara-san, do you have my communicator with you? The one I left here before I went to hell? Ichigo asked as he walked over to the scientist. Yes. Urahara reached into his pocket and handed the small device to the teen. Ichigo took it and instantly turned it on. He gave the man a glance. Wait a minute, I won't take long. Sure. Meanwhile, I'll call the wizards. They were adamant about having a little talk with each other. Nodding to that, Ichigo slowly walked away while keeping the communicator close to his right ear. It took him only a minute to put it back down. After he did that, he returned to the group with a smile. It seems we won't be the only ones going to the Soul Society. Wah! Before Ishin could say anything, a sound of a garganta opening behind him caused him to spin around. A group of Arankars, led by Tyr Harabel, came out of it. So, where's the fight at? Grimjow growled impatiently while giving Ichigo and the others a feral gaze. Ichigo grinned at him and then glanced at Urahara. This could help even the odds, won't you say? Soul Society, Seraiti area. Hiding within an underground laboratory, Sui Feng suppressed the urge to grimace in disgust. She impatiently put a white hat with black peaks on her head. While buttoning up her trench coat, she glanced behind her. Hurry up, Kuritsuchi. I feel several Quincy closing in on our position. I guess they have finally located this facility. Not even raising his head from the table, Mayuri responded with an annoyed growl. Silence, fool, I can't exactly hurry this up. Nemu, hand me the, oh. When the man went quiet, Sui Feng mentally cringed and looked away. It seemed the captain of the 12th Division was still not used to working alone, without the help of his loyal vice-captain. For just a fraction of a second, Sui Feng felt pity for the man. Then she heard multiple voices coming from above and she instantly glanced back at Mayuri. It looked like even the scientist heard it and he slowly put a finger in front of his mouth. Shish, I need only one more minute. He whispered and carefully picked up a scalpel. Her sight inadvertently drawn to the object lying on the table, Sui Feng felt the contents of her stomach rising up to her throat. Shuddering, she swallowed her saliva and stopped herself from puking. We have no other choice. She mentally reminded herself for what seemed to be 1,000th time. With a shake of her head, she forced herself to focus on her surroundings once again. She strained her ears. It seemed the voices coming from above, from the ground level, were slowly retreating. She let out a sigh of relief. Hand me your old clothes. When she heard Mayuri say that, she quickly reached for the neat stack of Shinigami clothes that she had taken off a few minutes ago and then handed them to the man. As she did that, she caught a glance of the object on the table once again. She blinked in shock. How the hell do you know my body's appearance? She whispered angrily. Mayuri just scoffed and hurriedly began to dress the object on the table in Sui Feng's clothes. Wasn't this the point? To make it as convincing as possible. Sui Feng knew the man was right. Despite that, she couldn't help but to snap. Of course it was. But that doesn't explain you knowing not just the exact size and shape of my breasts but also the way my pubes are shaved. The man stopped doing what he was doing and stared at her with a blank expression. Oh, so I got that right. I was just making a guess. Just finish it already. Sui Feng muttered quietly. She knew she should be feeling embarrassed but the situation the two of them were in was too serious. She couldn't afford to get emotional. At least not more than she already was. And this, all right, I'm done. A large frown formed on Sui Feng's face. Now for the hard part. Soul Society, Rukongai. Huddled together on a roof, Yukitake and Yoruichi kept glancing at the walls surrounding the area where Seraiti used to be, their nerves strained and their bodies tense. They are a bit late, Yoruichi muttered. As she shifted her body, Yukitake placed the binoculars to his eyes once again. Still nothing, he stated and briefly looked down, at the small squad of officers ready to follow the two of them to the battle. The sight still bothered him. He knew most of those men weren't going to survive their plan and, if it had been his decision, he wouldn't have taken them with him at all. He was confident he himself was all their plan needed. However, The state of the Gote forces was getting worse with every passing day, and the captain commander's orders had been absolute. Ensure the survival of the captains at all costs. And a group of low-seated officers were a sacrifice they could spare. In that moment, a tremendous explosion shook the ground, its tremors reaching as far as Yukitake and Yoruichi's position. The brown-skinned woman glanced at him. "There's the signal." Yukitake nodded. "Men, prepare yourself. Seoul Society, Outer Rukongai." Just when the few electronic devices the Gote 13 currently possessed beeped in response to the explosion that happened within the Seraiti area, and when the captain commander, along with the few other captains that were actively on duty, turned towards that sound, a Senkaimon gate opened near their position. Finally, Yamamoto muttered in a gruff voice. Realizing what was happening, the other captains turned to the Senkaimon as well. "Oh, it's Ichigo-chan, and he brought his friends," Jin stated with a disturbing grin. "And we should thank him for that." Kiraku, looking a bit weird without his straw hat, said quietly. Hana, standing next to him, simply nodded in greetings. Ichigo stepped outside the gate and acknowledged the greetings with a smile, but when he noticed his surroundings, that smile froze. "Damn it." Following after him, Isshin reacted in the same way. "Damn it." When the others got out of the Senkaimon as well, they all sported a similar expression. "What the hell happened here?" Love asked. The current Gote 13 headquarters, modest as it was, looked more than just a bit grim. It wasn't just the screams or even the amount of injured men, but it was the general atmosphere that hovered in the air. Not even Grimjow, though eager to fight, dared to speak in his usual manner. "Looks like I won't get that fight very soon," he muttered quietly. Urahara walked over to the captain commander with a worried expression. "This is a lot worse than you told me it was. You four are the only ones still able to fight." Yamamoto shook his head. "No, Captain Sui Feng, along with Captain Kuretsuchi, Captain Yukitake and Yoruichi Shihoin are currently on a mission within the Seraiti area." When the man mentioned Yoruichi, Ichigo perked up. However, when he saw all those men twisting in agony all around him, that feeling vanished soon enough. "How's the 10th Division, sir?" Isshin asked the commander. When Yamamoto spotted the former Shiba, he narrowed his eyes but answered truthfully and calmly. "Captain Hitsugaya is incapacitated and resting." Something in the man's voice caused not only Isshin but also the others to look at him with a frown. "And Rangaku?" Yamamoto briefly closed his eyes. Kiraku replied in his stead. "She's suffered massive injuries and is currently in coma, just as the vice-captain of the 12th Division is." Isshin stared at Kiraku for a full minute before averting his gaze with a clenched fist. "Damn it." Meanwhile, Love, Hiyori and Lisa left the group and went to find other wizards. When they did, they revealed Ryu and Rukin, who had been standing behind them. Seeing them there, Captain Commander visibly stiffened, even if for a fraction of a second. "Captain Commander." Rukin greeted him with a short nod. "At least they aren't in a Quincy attire. That would have stirred some nasty troubles," Jin maliciously grunted. Ichigo felt like retorting, but then he realized the man was most likely on the edge. As they all probably were. Smoothly ignoring Jin's comment, Rukin walked towards Yamamoto with a large frown. "You said that some of your captains are on a mission in Seraiti area. May I ask what kind of mission is that?" Yamamoto slowly narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a few seconds, visibly thinking the question over. Then he grunted the answer. "They are trying to tip the scales of this war." Ichigo, listening to them from a side, mentally sighed. For him, the answer was as ambiguous as ever. However, it seemed Rukin quickly understood the implications. "I see. Then it is as I suspected," he said, his frown deepening. Taking a quick glance at the group of people surrounding him and the commander, Rukin then gave the man an intense stare. "I think both of us know that we are heading towards the conclusion of this war. It can't really go on for much longer. Now that everyone is here, we will inadvertently form a force that will lead a final attempt to defeat Yuacha's army. So, with that said, Commander, I think it is only fair that we should share every information we possess with the others. Especially your captains, Urahara, Shiba, Kurosaki and Arankars. They need to know what happened 1,000 years ago," Rukin stated, surprising most of the people present at the scene, with the sole exception of the captain commander. "I don't see any reason for that," he retorted defiantly. Rukin's response came almost instantly. Oh, but I do. What you know and what I know will connect and create a clear image for everyone to see. I could say what I know, but, without your part, the story would be incomplete and wouldn't make sense. You could start by telling everyone how, 1,000 years ago, you were unable to defeat Yhwach. How nobody was able to do so. The last living pure, Quincy said firmly, causing everyone on the scene to freeze. Only the captain commander seemed to be on fire. Hiraku was the first one to recover. Yama-jii, he's right. Yamamoto glanced at his former pupil with a heated gaze, but, after several seconds, he cooled down and nodded. All of a sudden, the man looked tired and older than ever. Very well. While the commander sorted out his memories, Ichigo subconsciously took a step closer. What he was about to hear felt extremely important, and he didn't want to overhear a single word. 1,000 years ago, Yhwach led his holy crusade against the Soul King of the Soul Society with the intent on erasing him from the existence. His reason being what it was obviously something we, Shinigami, couldn't allow. Therefore, the two sides collided. Soon, with every single loss, the conflict grew. Dozens, hundreds, even thousands died, and it turned into a total war. It did not last for long, but its consequences lasted longer than I had ever hoped they would. But, what is important and what Rukin Ishida is trying to say, is that, yes, back then, I hadn't been able to defeat Yhwach. He sighed and leaned into his cane. Back then, Zero Division didn't exist yet. Even the Gote was largely different. One thing was the same, though. I was the one who led all the others, with Ichibe Hayasu being my second in command. The two of us were, and to this day still are, the strongest Shinigami of all. And it was us who met Yhwach at the battlefield in the last fight of the war. However, not even our combined might was enough to defeat Yhwach. Ichigo gulped. He wasn't the only one. If not even Captain Commander of the Gote 13 in his prime together with the leader of the Zero Division couldn't defeat Yhwach in direct confrontation, the situation just got a lot worse. It was then, when the Soul King himself came. He sent us away and faced Yhwach alone. What happened next? Nobody knows. Not even I do. But, what I do know, is that after a while, the Soul King was the only one who remained on the scene. A short moment later, he fell down. He woke up soon enough, though, and so most Shinigami began to celebrate. With Yhwach gone, the rest of his army fell easily. Only some of us were skeptical, and so the Soul King held a short conversation with us. Yamamoto explained and took a short pause to take a deep breath. He explained to us that he used a part of his own being to defeat Yhwach and to create a special dimension in which he then sealed the madman. It left the Soul King weak, and he even began to leak his own powerful energy. Thus, we had to work on a solution, fast. Soul King's energy is incredibly potent and, if left unguarded, it could destroy everything. In light of this, the Soul King returned to the royal realm and entered hibernation. He was aware that Yhwach would return one day, and if he let his own energy leak, he would die before that happened. So, he used that leaking energy and formed a cocoon around himself. Before that, however, he formed a Zero Division and put a part of himself into its members. We call that process the Okain. As soon as he said that, Ichigo reacted. But weren't there requirements for the creation of the Okain? Yamamoto briefly looked at him. Yes. That is the forceful creation of Okain. Natural Okain is created by using a bit of the Soul King and Juraiki with a radius of half a spirit mile. Ichigo recalled the conversation between him and Shutara when the woman told him about the floating cities in the royal realm. She lied, so the Soul King destroyed 4 cities just for that. Yamamoto sent him a hard gaze. It was necessary. If he hadn't created all those Okain, the instability of his being would have caused the whole world to collapse. He had to let go of parts of his own soul if he wanted to prevent that from happening. That is the reason Zero Division rarely leaves the royal realm. They have to remain close to the Soul King, as the parts of him within them creates a perfect equilibrium. Seeing the expression on Ichigo's face, Rukin quickly interfered. I see. Now, what we should take from this is that there is most likely only one thing that can potentially defeat Yhwach. The Soul King. Other than that, it seems that Yhwach is unstoppable. I fought him too, and I can tell this is not far from the truth. If even Commander couldn't defeat him with brute force, it means there is something special needed to accomplish that. His words caused everyone to stiffen. Still, Rukin wasn't finished. There is more. You should stop trying to win this war by killing Yuacha's forces. Or, at least, the upper echelon of his forces, the so-called Sternritters. What are you saying, Rukin Ishida? Yamamoto raised his voice a little, just enough to let Rukin know he was annoyed. In response, Rukin pushed his glasses up his nose and faced the commander with a steady gaze. It seems this is something you don't know. There is a reason why Yuacha's knights, the Sternritters, aren't fighting as ordinary Quincy, with a bow and arrows. I understand they all possess seemingly unusual abilities. That is right, Sui Feng admitted from a side. It is because Yuacha himself empowered them with his blood. By drinking a bit of it, a Quincy can awaken a special ability that lies deep within his soul potential. Also, by accepting Yuacha's blood, they become a sort of his proxy, and part of the energy of anyone they kill goes to Yuacha himself, empowering him further. Rukin barely finished talking when a furious discussion erupted all around him. In the midst of it, Yamamoto hastily raised his cane and tapped the ground. The resulting small shock wave quickly extinguished all conversations. If that is true, then we only have more reasons to slay the enemy. The captain commander objected. Rukin closed his eyes. Yes, it would seem so. However, after Yuacha took me with him to his headquarters, he made me drink a bit of his blood too, and that's when he told me one last thing. Every special ability his blood awakens in a Quincy goes to him once that Quincy dies. Aside from Ryu, who instantly turned to his father with a worried look, the rest of the party ignored the part about Rukin drinking Yuacha's blood and, instead, focused on the other thing. The realization hit them fast. This is bad, sunlight of the new day barely managed to light up the streets of Rukongai when a group of brave, resolved warriors slowly finished their last preparations. Shinigami, Quincy and even Arankars stood side by side, ready to march on and ready to enter the final fight. There was no animosity between any of them. No camaraderie, no friendship, no unnecessary emotions, only pure resolve. In such heavy atmosphere, only one man was able to continue talking. Yesterday, we managed to weaken the enemy, but the price we paid was harsh. We lost many. We lost too many ever since this war began. Yet we will not give up. We will not falter. We will not back down because we can't. We are the last men standing. If we fall, the whole of Seoul society falls with us. That's why, we will win. The captain commander of the Gote 13 growled loudly and looked around himself. Nobody answered him, but it did not bother him. He didn't need to hear anything. Raising his cane in the air, he brought it back down with great force. Men, abandon your fears. Face forward. Advance. Don't give an inch. Retreat and you will age. Be afraid and you will die. This is our last stand. We will win or we die trying. He exclaimed, and, together with every person standing behind him, they all released a burst of Reiatsu that scorched not just the earth but the heavens too. Advance. Giving out his last order, Yamamoto briefly closed his eyes and just listened to the sound of swishing sounds as his forces lounged forward in a series of shunpo, sonito and harenkyaku. I never thought the day when every race will fight together would come. He thought distantly. Then he opened his eyes. The world truly must be coming to an end. As the scene continuously flashed in front of his eyes, Ichigo took several deep breaths. He felt an eerie peace of mind. The gears of fate were slowing down, finally coming to an end. An end of ends. All the killing, all the pain and suffering was about to stop. Even if he had to do everything by himself, and even if he had to sacrifice his humanity to accomplish it. His flash steps carried him towards the Seraiti area at a fast rate. He wanted to conserve his strength, but the urge to finish the war compelled him to press on, to push his body further. Both his hands twitched, eager to grasp and clutch the hilt of his zanpakuto, but the sword remained strapped to his back. Not yet. Ichigo wasn't really a fan of overly dramatic entrances like those in action movies, when a hero came at a nick of the time to save the day, but this time, such a thing could do more help than harm. Catching the attention of the enemy could allow the others to move with more freedom, and if him acting like an idiot could save some lives, who he was to reject such a notion? He felt a movement beside him. It brought a small smile to his face. He didn't even need to shift his sight to know who just caught up with him, as there was only one person capable of doing that. Still, the silence surrounding him remained intact. No exchange of words. They both knew they were facing the biggest challenge yet. Nevertheless, when he was finally about to leave the Rukongai and enter the Seraiti area, the enemy territory, he briefly turned his head and sent a warm gaze at the brown-skinned woman next to him. "I love you." With that, he sped up and left her behind. There was nothing more he could say to her in that moment. If he did, his emotions would explode and destroy his precious peace of mind, necessary in the upcoming battle. In the moment his feet passed through the border of the Seraiti, he pumped his body full of Raryoku and leapt in the air. The force behind the jump carried him for several seconds before he finally began to descend. When he did, he braced himself for the impact. Crash! As soon as he landed, the ground beneath his feet cracked and then caved in, unable to withstand the incredible pressure. An instant later, several dozen meters away from him, the ground exploded in a shower of debris. Adding to the effect, Ichigo lowered himself and released his potent energy in form of a black Reiatsu that began to slowly scorch his surroundings. "Come at me, you bastards!" he shouted as loud as he could and reached back for his Zanpakuto. Wordlessly, he released it, causing another burst of Reiatsu to wash over the area. It took only a few moments before his actions met the desired effects and a horde of Quincy soldiers hurried towards his location. "Get him! For his majesty!" "Wait, who is it?" That's Kurosaki Ichigo." "Retreat." But before they reached Ichigo, the Quincy soldiers quickly realized just who they were planning to go against and hastily turned around to flee. Ichigo didn't let them. With a grunt, he spun around and released a large wave of pure energy, a wave in a form of a crescent moon, straight at their backs. The attack hit the soldiers before they even managed to glance back. It cut right through them and left only small parts of their bodies flying through the air. The attack continued forward, until it came into contact with a solid wall, where it exploded. Calmly, Ichigo watched it happen only to narrow his eyes a moment later. Too eager to fight, Kurosaki Ichigo. The teen briefly closed his eyes. He could recognize that voice anytime. How could he not? Its owner had tried to mess with his resolve more times than he could count. "No, I'm eager to end this fight, Aizen," he stated and turned to the left. Coming face to face with a former captain of the 5th Division, Ichigo made a sour expression. In response, as if trying to recreate the past, Aizen formed a smug smirk. "I see. In that case, well met, Kurosaki Ichigo. I've been waiting for you." Giving the man a serious gaze, Ichigo reached out with his senses and, feeling Aizen's Reiatsu, he frowned. "Waiting for me?" Aizen nodded. "Why yes, after all, I've been waiting for our rematch," he said, and in the next instant, he appeared right in front of Ichigo with his sword raised high. Reacting instantly, the teen moved his Zanpakuto and deftly parried the blow. The resulting shockwave cleared the area of all debris. "Well, now you got it. However, if this is all you have, then this rematch won't last for long," Ichigo said while lessening his frown. He couldn't help but to taunt his enemy a little. Aizen narrowed his eyes but, surprisingly, a quiet chuckle escaped his lips. "Yes, it seems you have grown even further." Ichigo, tired of seeing the man's face up close, pushed and forced Aizen to back away. "I almost expected that annoying and old phrase of yours," he said. In an instant, he raised and outstretched his other hand and then released a massive concentration of yellow energy at his opponent. Hado number 63, Reikoho. His Kido soared across the battlefield like a lightning strike and seemingly hit the former captain dead on. The following explosion was small but resulted in a dense cloud of smoke. "Oh, you even learned Kido. Fascinating." When the man's voice came from behind him, Ichigo sighed. He could feel his opponent build up his energy, but, when darkness enveloped him in a large coffin, he just shook his head. "Looks like Kido will be useless in this fight. If you mean my phrase, just as planned, then I'll have to disappoint you. I will not use it anymore." Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi. Feeling a multitude of spear-like protrusions pushing against his skin, Ichigo calmly cracked his neck joints. Then, he raised his hand and smashed the Kido spell with a single slap. The black coffin of spiritual energy shattered like a box of glass. Ichigo waited until all of it fell down and then gave a stoic-looking Aizen an amused stare. You just couldn't help but to show me the difference in our Kido mastery, could you? Lowering his hand, Aizen renewed his smirk. Let's just say I wanted to test something. Found out anything useful, maybe. Would you like to hear it? Nah, maybe later. I've got a fake god to defeat. I do hope you are not talking about me, Kurosaki Ichigo. Now, why would you think that, Aizen? The two of them fired off their words as if their battle could be resolved with just them while facing each other with firm gazes. Both of them were tightly gripping the hilts of their zanpakuto, yet neither of them tried to move. All around them the world exploded in fiery fire of spiritual pressure and spiritual energy, signaling the beginning of the final battle for Seraiti. Royal Realm. The sweaty forehead of the leader of the Zero Division glistened in the early sunlight. The man was still seated in his original sitting position, but he was no longer still. His eyes were closed and his face was scrunched up in an effort to keep his trembling hands clapped together. But it appeared to be pointless. The shaking had already attacked the rest of his body too, causing the beads of sweat to fly off of his face as bullets of exhaustion. I can't keep this for any longer. All of a sudden, he muttered through gritted teeth. In the next moment, the other four members of the Zero Division appeared right next to him. I'll alert the Soul King. Tenjiro grunted and instantly left, leaving only an afterimage that lasted for a whole second. Well, it was to be expected. Senjumaru stated and took several steps forward, towards the large blob of ink. Its surface, unlike the last 7 days, looked wild. The waves of ink moved constantly from side to side, stirring it continuously. Senjumaru gave it one long stare before kneeling down. She put both her hands on the cold floor beneath the blob and briefly closed her eyes. When her spiritual energy began to leak, the floor responded to her mental orders and slowly deconstructed itself to create a large hole. Reaching into the hole, Senjumaru continued to leak her energy. I'm opening the 72 barriers. Get ready, Ichibe. Without missing a beat, while Senjumaru was busy opening the barriers, Kiryu positioned herself behind Ichibe and carefully placed her hands on the man's shoulders. I prepared lots of meals for you. They should get you back to normal in less than a day. Ichibe opened his left eye and formed a strained smile. Less than a day, huh? In that case, let's hope the Gote can entertain him for that long. He said and then shifted his sight to the woman kneeling next to his seal. Senjumaru, 70, 71 and 72. Okay, I'm done here. Ichibe sighed in relief and, with a sharp jerk, separated his hands. Immediately, Kiryu helped him stand up and pushed him up at the same time as he jumped in the air. A giant manifestation of his hand formed high in the air, right above the violently trashing blob of ink. Raising his own hand, Ichibe pushed it downwards, causing the giant manifestation to do the same. It crashed into the blob of ink. Senri Sutensho, he exclaimed. In that moment, the force behind his attack blew the blob of ink downwards at incredible speed. Visibly exhausted, Ichibe managed to form a grin. For the time being, sayonara, you watch. Soul Society. The sound of distant explosions briefly shook Ichigo's concentration and caused him to think about his friends and comrades. About the others who were risking their lives. But as he stared down his opponent, Aizen, the rush of adrenaline flushed his compassion away and he renewed his resolve. He could think about them later. Right now, he had a job to do. A job nobody else could do. Tightening his grip on Zangetsu, Ichigo shot forward. His Zanpakuto moved like a lightning, but before it could connect with the flesh of his opponent's body, another blade appeared in its way. The two swords clashed. The air rose and the pressure from the attack blasted it away. You truly are a remarkable experiment, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen said with a hint of pride but also with a hint of displeasure in his voice. With a snort, Ichigo pushed forward and forced the man backwards. Trying to upset me with words. Come on, Aizen, I thought we were past that. The teen said tauntingly and saw Aizen narrowing his eyes at him. In the next instant, he felt an intense pressure on his shoulders. Inwardly, he grinned. Then he withdrew his sword and spun around to try and slash the man across his torso. Once again, his blade was stopped with another blade. A nearby wall that stood in the way of the resulting air pressure immediately got blown to pieces. In a split second, Ichigo slid his Zanpakuto across Aizen's sword and forced the man to lean backwards as the tip of Zangetsu only narrowly missed his throat. Seems like holding back won't get me anywhere, Ichigo thought bitterly and concentrated on his Raryoku. A short moment afterwards, black flames burst out from him and enveloped both his body and his Zanpakuto. He hoped to surprise Aizen and let him feel their effects, but the man managed to react in time and withdrew his hands before the flames licked them. Although, that didn't mean he didn't look surprised. So these are the flames of the damned, huh? Ichigo blinked. Flames of the damned. Aizen chuckled but didn't say anything, making Ichigo feel more than just slightly worried. He didn't like the man's laughter. At least not this particular one. It felt like he knew more. However, before the team could open his mouth, Aizen outstretched the hand in which he was holding his Zanpakuto and smirked. Well, since you appear to be finally using your Zanpakuto abilities, I think it's time for me to do the same. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. Freezing on the spot, Ichigo mentally berated himself. Damn it, I looked at it. He stood completely still, refusing to move, to even twitch a muscle. Now that he got himself caught up in Aizen's illusions, anything was possible. His eyes darted from side to side, scanning his surroundings while blatantly ignoring the Aizen who stood in front of him. He couldn't afford to waste his time on something, which was clearly just an illusion of the man. But the illusion spoke calmly, as if there was a tea break. Why the panic, Kurosaki Ichigo? Don't tell me you're afraid. Not looking at the man's illusion, Ichigo frowned. I am afraid. I'm not so weak that I wouldn't acknowledge it. When he said that, he felt, rather than saw, Aizen's mouth forming a satisfied smirk. Because of that, he quickly added one more thing. But the fear I feel is not for my own life. In the instant he said that, he lowered himself and let out a burst of Reiatsu in form of black flames that surrounded his body like a protective blanket. Without him noticing, the illusion of Aizen faded into nothingness and the man appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield, looking more than just a bit displeased. I see. In that case, tell me, Kurosaki Ichigo. What are you afraid of then? Is it truly not your own demise? Ichigo straightened his back and smiled a little, pointing his gaze at the sky above him. Then he snorted. You always boasted how perfect your plans are and just how ingeniously clever you are. So, in light of that, why don't you answer your own question, Aizen? Because I, sure as hell, won't. Anjutsu no Ka, he exclaimed and released a large wave of black flames that gushed from his positions to every side, swallowing everything in its path like a hungry mouth of oblivion. Instantly after that, he looked up. There, as he thought that, he swung his blade and let out a powerful Getsuga into the air above him. A good but futile attempt, Kurosaki Ichigo. When he heard his opponent's voice coming from behind him, the team cursed. As fast as he could, he turned around only to see a Zanpakuto already descending upon him. It hit him before he could even try and evade it. In that moment, as the blade made contact with his skin, Aizen appeared in front of him. He was smirking. However, not for long. Ignoring a slight discomfort, the left corner of Ichigo's mouth twitched upwards as he formed a condescending smirk. That hurt, he said sarcastically and, same as Aizen, glanced down at his torso where the man's blade managed to make a cut. However, the cut was shallow and only a thin stream of blood that trickled over a web pattern on his skin flowed out of it. Taking advantage of the surprised expression that briefly appeared on Aizen's face, Ichigo reached out and grabbed the blade of the man's Zanpakuto. That action immediately caused Aizen to jerk and he tried to withdraw the sword. Ichigo didn't let him and gripped it tightly, causing the blade to dig deeply into his skin. More than just a bit of blood began to drip on the ground. Despite that, Ichigo kept his smirk. I still remember our last fight and what Ichimaru-jin said during it, Aizen. That the only way to escape your complete hypnosis is to touch your blade. He stated and forcibly moved the sword to the side, creating an opening he immediately used. Using his right hand, he slashed Aizen across his torso in the same way the man did it to him. Blood spurted from the former captain's chest as Ichigo ripped a deep gash in it. He staggered a bit but Ichigo, still gripping his sword, kept him close. Neither of them spoke. Aizen was busy taking deep breaths while Ichigo was waiting. It took less than 5 seconds for him to frown. So the Hogyoku is still regenerating him. Figures, he thought bitterly when a bright light covered Aizen's wound and, in a matter of instants, healed it. I'm afraid you cannot win this, Kurosaki Ichigo. No matter how strong you are no match for the Hogyoku inside of me. Aizen said with his head lowered. We'll see. Ichigo curtly retorted and raised his sword once again. This time, he poured a large quantity of his Raryoku into it until it began to glow brightly. I don't believe he really is immortal. Hogyoku shouldn't be able to heal him on its own. It must be using his Raryoku as the fuel. It has to. That means I just have to exhaust his reserves. He thought and opened his mouth. Getsuga Tensho. From the point-blank range, the massive wave of pure energy crashed into Aizen with such force, Ichigo barely kept him from getting blasted away. He felt Aizen's Zanpakuto digging even deeper into his hand and only through sheer force of will he stopped himself from letting it go. His Getsuga, after stubbornly trying to rip through the man's body for several seconds, finally lost its internal structure and exploded right into their faces. Smoke enveloped both of them. Barely seeing his opponent's silhouette through it, Ichigo formed a deep scowl and let his mouth twist into a grimace. It looked like his attack blasted a fourth of Aizen's body into oblivion. With fierce determination, the teen gritted his teeth and raised his Zanpakuto yet again. Getsuga Tensho. Again. Getsuga Tensho. And again. Getsuga Tensho. And again. Getsuga Tensho. His voice gave out, not from the lack of energy. He still had more than enough of it. It was his heart, his sense of morality and pride slowly eating and consuming the resolve he had had before the fight had begun. He felt sick, nauseous even. It was one thing to kill a man, to kill a living person, but it was completely different to continuously blast somebody to pieces. Even through the thick shadow of the smoke he saw the blood stains all over his clothes and all over the ground. Swallowing a lump in his throat, he forced his voice to come out. Still alive, Aizen? He asked hoarsely and slowly lowered his sword, unable to deliver another strike. Not until he was going to hear the man's voice. So he waited while taking multiple deep breaths. Even the smoke didn't prevent him from doing so. He needed to breathe. Seconds passed. Gradually, the smokescreen from his attacks cleared itself, revealing a fully healed yet pale Aizen. They turned you into quite the killing machine, huh, Kurosaki Ichigo. The man panted a bit but, strangely, there was a smile on his face. Ichigo deepened his scowl. Nobody but you and your watch made me what I am today, Aizen. You threaten people I care about and you get a protector who is willing to do what's necessary. And that's who I am, Aizen. A man who will protect everyone. From anyone, he stated with a hint of anger creeping into his voice. Surprisingly, Aizen chuckled. Yes, I can see that now. Unfortunately, you are not the only one with agenda. He said and used both of his hands to grip the hilt of his Zanpakuto that was still in Ichigo's grip. He gave the teen a sad glance. This is the end, Kurosaki Ichigo. I cannot fail. Ichigo narrowed his eyes, ready for a sneak attack, but he blinked when the man briefly closed his eyes and a burst of Aizen's Reiatsu pressed on his shoulders. Bankai, Shinsei Kyoka Suigetsu, Serai elsewhere. In the middle of her fight, only few miles away from Ichigo's location, Yoruichi suddenly froze in place when an invisible cold hand squeezed her heart from within. It was not her enemy, she had blasted that one away just seconds ago. For a brief moment, she felt confused. Had she been attacked without her knowing? Or was it her sixth sense that she had acquired from her feline form trying to tell her something? Then she felt a powerful Reiatsu coming from afar wash over her and alarms instantly went off in her mind. She recognized that Reiatsu. Aizen. When her opponent got up and attacked her once again, she quickly exchanged a series of blows with him before blasting him away again. But his spiritual energy feels different, what is he doing? Despite her fighting against it, Yoruichi began to worry. She knew Ichigo better than anyone and so she was confident in his abilities. Yet his opponent was infamous for being a genius, a mastermind of horrible proportions. Feeling her opponent charging at her again, she narrowed her eyes. Don't die on me, Ichigo. Ichigo versus Aizen. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Ichigo blinked for the third time and carefully glanced at his surroundings, at his opponent and then at his own body. Something was wrong. Nothing happened. He thought, confused. There was no change in anything. His opponent had definitely released his Bankai. Of that he was sure. But it felt like it did nothing. Almost as if his release failed. He tried to move his fingers. The corresponding muscles responded immediately. He tried to feel his Raryoku. The energy was there. He tried to speak to his Zanpakuto. The spirit answered him properly. Ichigo knew he should have been glad, but what he felt was everything but that. He was anxious and unsure. The sense of security felt false. Something was definitely wrong. One of the most powerful beings had just released the final stage of his Zanpakuto, so something must have happened. It was impossible for nothing to happen. But the seconds passed without any snag. Despite his best attempts, Ichigo felt like getting calmer. What had seemed impossible just a moment ago began to look possible now. It couldn't be, he thought, and intently stared at the former captain of the Gote 13 to try and see an expression that could explain the situation. But Aizen was completely expressionless. The stare he gave the teen was blank. For a moment, Ichigo didn't know what to do. However, soon enough, the ever-present noise of war echoed across the battlefield once again, and the teen shook his head. I can't just stare and do nothing. I have to finish this. Gripping the hilt of his Zanpakuto, Ichigo gritted his teeth and raised his blade high. I don't know if your Zanpakuto just failed you, Aizen, but don't expect mercy from me. Anjutsu no Ka, Ichigo exclaimed and poured as much energy and as much intent into his attack as he could, resulting in a gargantuan mass of flames that emerged from his blade and hit Aizen straight into his torso. Arg! The following scream was so loud and filled with so much pain, Ichigo couldn't help but to cringe and look away. He didn't know what his flames made Aizen see, but it must have been downright horrifying, as the man's scream died only when he tore his vocal cords with the sheer strength of his outcry. Look at him, Ichigo. Ichigo resolutely shook his head. I can't Zangetsu. Do it, you need to do it. With a grimace, Ichigo forced himself to turn back and to look at the dying moments of a man who had once challenged a whole afterlife, a man who had once claimed to have become a god. It was a nasty sight. He could see a bright light healing the man, but he knew. Even if the Hogyoku could repair the flesh, the muscles and the bones, it could do nothing to restore the man's mind. He had hoped to avoid this solution, but, in the end, his desire never mattered. Resolutely, Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto one more time. I spoke too soon, this is my mercy. Getsuga Tensho. When the blast shot from his blade, Ichigo caught a glimpse of Aizen's face. The man looked delirious, but it looked like, in his final moment, he noticed the Getsuga. Aizen smiled. Ichigo closed his eyes. Goodbye, Aizen. The Getsuga hit the former captain in the head, causing his body to explode, resulting in a bizarre shower of gore that dissolved into spirit particles before it could hit the ground. Opening his eyes, Ichigo watched the scene unfold until he was sure the man was not going to heal again. He sighed. It was over. Aizen was dead. Turning around, he made a step forward, towards the other battles, and steeled his resolve. It was time to end the war. However, in that moment, all of his strength left him and his body fell on the ground, unable to move a single inch. Before another thought entered his mind, his consciousness wavered and darkness overtook him. Strangely, the last image that began to form in his head was Aizen's last smile. Voices, echoes, footsteps, a knock on the door. Then a loud yelling. Wake up, Kurosaki, you have guests. Forcefully, as if waking up from a long and deep slumber, Ichigo's closed eyes twitched in annoyance. His mind felt hazy and his body hurt. Come on, Kurosaki, don't make me go there or you know what will happen, right? A quiet groan escaped Ichigo's lips as he slowly opened his eyes only to see a dark and simple ceiling. He tried to support himself on one hand so he could get up, but, to his surprise, he found himself unable to do so. Something was preventing him from moving his hands. The irritating voice yelled again. Do you hear me, Kurosaki? Ichigo tried to move again. What's going on? I can't move my hands. He exclaimed and glanced down at his torso, to see the reason behind his predicament. He blinked. What the hell? Is my mind playing tricks on me, or am I really wearing a straitjacket? He thought, confused. When he heard the owner of the irritating voice banging on the door, Only in that moment Ichigo noticed his surroundings and he felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Hey, what is going on? Where am I? The doors were blasted open and a man in white trousers and a white shirt entered the room. Ichigo gasped in shock. He recognized the face of the man. En Neutra. The man raised one eyebrow and then shook his head. Oh, one day I'd really like to know just where you get these names. Well, it looks like you need your medicine again. That's a shame. Your family was looking forward to seeing you again. Oh, well. Ichigo, still in shock, just barely heard the words coming out of the man's mouth. What? But the man didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and took out a small syringe filled with a translucent substance. Without mercy, he plunged the needle into Ichigo's neck before the teen could even try to resist. Almost immediately, Ichigo felt drowsy. Desperately clinging to his consciousness, he growled and forced the man to glance at him. Where am I? He managed to ask. The man sighed. You always ask the same thing and so the answer will be same as well. On the edge of his consciousness, Ichigo heard the man speak again. You're in Karakura's psychiatric institution for mentally ill. You've been here for the past 8 years, ever since your mother died in an accident and you went crazy. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.